If you can keep your head when all about you are losing theirs and blaming it on you, if you can trust yourself when all men doubt you, but make allowances for their doubting too, if you can wait and not be tired by waiting, or being lied about, don't deal in lies, or being hated, don't give way to hating, and yet don't look too good nor look too wise. If you can dream and not make dreams your master, if you can think and not make thoughts your aim, if you can meet with triumph and disaster and treat those two impostors just the same, if you can hear the truth you've spoken twisted by knaves to make a trap for fools, or watch the things you gave your life for broken, and stoop and build them up with worn-out tools, if you can make one heap of all your winnings and risk it on one turn of pitch and toss, and lose and start again at the beginning, and never breathe a word about your loss, if you can force your heart and nerve and sinew to serve your turn long after they are done, and so hold on when there is nothing in you except the will which says to them, hold on. If you can talk with crowds and keep your virtue, or walk with kings nor lose the common touch, if neither foes nor loving friends can hurt you, if all men count with you, but none too much, if you can fill the unforgiving minute with 40 seconds worth of distance run, yours is the earth and everything that's in it, and which is more, you'll be a man, my son.
How do you write women so well?
I think of a man, and I take away reason and accountability.
Yeah, now I just answered your question. Can you tell me what epistemology means?
Epistemology is the study of the epistles. I mean, you can. I told you that a husband and wife is supposed to be the representation of God and the church. He said he's a husband. I asked him if he sees himself as the embodiment of God, and he said no. That doesn't make any sense.
Wait, what is the epistles?
The epistles are the apostles. Are you talking about the apostles?
No, what can you?
Target acquired.
Eagle 1, first strike. You have permission to engage the target.
Warning, the following video contains explicit language which may be offensive to some viewers or inappropriate for children. The content within this video is intended for mature audiences only.
All right, welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to the show. It is Wednesday night. What are we doing on Wednesday nights? I fucking don't know, man. I don't know. I do not know. I do not know what we shall do on Wednesday nights. However, I do know there are people here, and we're going to entertain them, and it's going to be a good time. And, we'll just do the best we can. Viking Paradigm was first in the chat tonight. That's pretty cool. Jeremiah Johnson. Where's Ben? Grizzly Ben? Or maybe it was Grizzly Adams. Whatever. At any rate, he was second. Damien, a parkour guy, clocking in third best. Ghost 1978 was in, reminding you guys to hit that like. Mike Hawk was is in the house, as usual. And Patriot Government TV back in the house. What's up, Duck? How you doing? How you living? Lord of Pies is here. Good to see you. Libtard. Hold on. Seriously, is that a real thing? Wait, hold on. It is Libtard Investigator. That seems like an Anson Knowles thing there, but we got it. Libtard Investigator's in the house tonight. He's investigating all of the libtards. Good on him. Caucasian Sasquatch is up in the house. I already mentioned Lord of Pies. That dude is here, but I kind of missed a beat there with the libtard investigator. That's fucking funny as shit. Smoking Spaceman is in for mod duties. I may have to add some more mods. Mr. Boulay, I have not heard from Mr. Boulay, my top mod, in a while. Michelle seems pretty busy. Of course, we had to get rid of Are We Not Men. Naomi is in and out. I like Naomi, but she's in and out. She's got a lot going on. So may have to make some new mods. We'll figure that out as time goes on. And so it's a good time for everyone. And so that's pretty awesome. I hope everybody's doing fine. It is the middle of the week. You've almost made it. It's time to look back at the beginning of the week with fond memories. Or maybe some hate and discontent. I don't know. You do you, bro. Whatever you need. There seems to be a lot of weirdness going on the internet these days, which I think, is just probably par for the course. It's been interesting. It was on the other night after I signed off. I actually went over to the Raging Tomato for a little bit. If you have not been to her show, she puts on a pretty good show. It's all right. And I've been on there myself, and it was really good. Pisco and I had a pretty reasonable back and forth, but my boy Ryan, the radical coder, I don't really know what's radical about him. He doesn't seem radical at all. But the radical coder was really pissed that I bought out the panel just because I wanted to come up and ask a simple question without getting fucking interrupted by a bunch of tards up on stage. Yes, called them tards, including you, Duck. Not that you were being particularly tarded that night, but I just wanted my question answered. That's all. I thought it was a good question. I wanted it answered, and I bought the panel. I can do that. You could too. Just pony up. Anyway, apparently, I heard, I didn't actually see this. I haven't come back to watch it, but I've heard that Ryan was all up in his feels about me doing that and was, talking shit, which is fine. I encourage him to talk shit. He needs to grow some balls, I think. But yeah, he could have said it while I was there. So, anyway, I don't know what's with that guy. Meth, maybe. I don't know. Whatever. Doesn't matter. At any rate, that was fucking funny as shit, especially when I heard about it. Because I didn't actually see it. Because, I was in, I said my piece, I hung around for a little while. And then I was out. Adderall, is that what it is? I don't know all this stuff. What's up? What is up, my man, the Powdered Dusty, better known as Flow State. If you haven't seen his show, it's fucking great. If you like drama, dry humor, and making fun of dumb people, that's what he does. Doug told me he only plans for 24 hours. All right, that's fine. But yeah, it's an interesting. That's interesting. What about the $80 million lawsuit? I haven't seen that yet. I'll check that out. You got a link? Throw me a link. Not in the outside because WMD will get you, but throw me a link in the back chat or something. Get one of the mods to help you. Or over on Discord. What about the $80 million lawsuit against ABC and The View? Hey, fuck those guys. Sometimes you're the monster. Sometimes the monster gets you. That's what I'm saying. That's all I'm saying. She won Carolyn Levitt. Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. Carolyn Levitt absolutely destroyed those fuckers. Cam the King, what's up, Cam? How are you, man? You've seemed a little sour lately. Are you okay? You seemed a little bit more raw than normal. Like maybe you were a little more pissed off than I normally, then I'm used to seeing you. But good to see you nonetheless, Cam the King. Good to see you nonetheless. Mullet Baby 01, welcome back. On the Diddy case, if Cassie is their star witness, she's not given any proof or evidence of the crimes he's been charged. If this is their best, Diddy will win by getting a light sentence. Do you not feel like that's engineered anyway? You're not sour. You don't have feelings. Good to see you too. All right. Hey, I take that, Cam. I'll take that. That's fine. If you don't already belong to the Discord, please go belong to the Discord. I got you, Cam. I noticed that you were missing. I noticed when the regulars go missing, right? Ben hasn't been here in a couple of weeks, and so I'm like, man, what's happened with Ben? And Spence, our boy Spence hasn't been on either. And I know that he's I understand he's in A school, or he was in A school at the Navy, so who knows where he is now. But I kind of miss that dude. He it's good to have him around. 8 of the jurors are men. Is that in the Diddy case? Because if 8 jurors are the Diddy, if 8 of the jurors are in the Diddy case, that's probably a lock on him getting a badass sentence. Like they will fuck him up. So, or they will recommend for it. The judge is one that actually does the sentencing. So, anyway. A lot of cool people out in the house tonight. Hey, before I go much further, guys, I know that, out there in the chat, it gets heated sometimes. You get a little, you want to say a bunch of really mean, nasty shit, and you want to spurg out a little bit. But I have a public service announcement for each and every one of you. Please pay attention.
Everyone does it. Now you can do it too. Shut the fuck up. Shut your mouth. Shut up. Shut the hole in your face. Like that. You can do it. Shh. Shut up. And shut the fuck up.
That's right. Know when to be when. Okay? I'm just saying, this could help you in your adventures on the internet. Okay? So it's a public service announcement. I'm required to do that to let you know that you can shut the fuck up. You don't have to spurg. You don't have to make your point over and over and over again. You don't have to repeat the same thing 10 times. Instead, as the lady said, you can shut that hole in your face like that. Anyway, back to the story. Yeah, so Diddy's going to be I think Diddy's fucked, man. I'm just telling you. I mean, if eight of the people on there are men, they're going to recommend the biggest damn sentence they can get. I mean, he's not getting off light. Now, and that's because they're not going to care about the feelings, right? Or the whininess, right? They're just going to white knight the shit for Cassie or Chrissy or whatever the fuck her name is. Like Flow State. Flow State's a really great white knighter. Aren't you, Flow State? Jessica B, what's up? I didn't see you come in. Good to see you in the house tonight. So this is just, it's not really a chill stream. I really don't have a specific subject. I have been running my ball sack off all week, and it has just been crazy out there in the real world where I have to live on occasion. Mullet Baby, an Epstein impression. I mean, an Epstein deal might be the best deal he's going to get, to be honest with you. The thing is that Diddy right now has been very careful about not implicating anybody political. And as long as he just sticks to the rappers and the football players, he'll probably be all right. But if a congressman gets involved, that dude will be found drowned in his cell. I'm just telling you. So, yeah, trafficking is up to 10 years per count. It's per count. So this is the thing that you guys got to remember is that, yeah, okay, they convict him of fucking years, dude. I mean, that's a long time, brother. That's a long time. Anyway. Smoking Spaceman makes a great point. As an awesome moderator, he does these cool things. Stand out from the crowd. Get yourself a membership. Support the channel even more by bringing your friends with you by gifting memberships. And we may do some of that later. I was directed to do so by the winner or the runner-up this past weekend to give some memberships. I will be doing that tonight or Friday or both. I don't know. We'll see what happens. We'll see how jiggy I get with it. What's up, Angel Berber? Good to see you in the house tonight. It really is a great night. If I seem a little bit agitated or whatever, it's been a week. It's only Wednesday and it's already been a week. So one of the things that I really get annoyed about is when if I get something wrong, I own that shit. It's totally cool. No problem. But this week, it seems like that no matter what I do, there's some breakdown in communication somewhere. I ordered a windshield. I actually ordered two windshields, one for me and one for our minion, Kevin the minion. He'll be in shortly. He'll be in, if he isn't already in here, he'll be in later. So I ordered some windshields up. Gave them the year of the car and all that. They ordered them, got them, picked them up. They look kind of right, hard to tell. Delivered them. This morning, I'm like, it doesn't really look right. So I actually put it on the car that needs a windshield, and damned if it's not wrong. So we don't know if they just the warehouse crew picked the wrong number or if there's a mismark or we don't fucking know. Trying to figure that part out. Or they are. I'm not. So that was annoying. That's annoying. Plus, I kind of feel like I fucked over my buddy because I got the windshield for him. He still needs a windshield. He doesn't have it, which he doesn't need it today. So that's good. We'll get around it. So then I ordered a new, not a new. I ordered some parts from a dismantler for a project I've got going on. I was very specific about what I needed. What I got was the exact opposite. You got, this is your job, right? Like if it's your job and you're not good at it, go do something else. Just it's just been that kind of week. Been that kind of week already. Plus, the business deal blew up last week. That where I was going to buy the manufacturing company, that blew up, and we can talk about that in a few minutes. I'm in the last real stretch of buying this other business. It's a big deal. It's a lot of money. So I have all kinds of stuff I've been doing. Billionaires rarely go to prison, says Cam the King. That's true. But only because they'll escape to another country with no extradition. Patriot Government TV, Duck, the great Duck says, add up the taxes, Grid One, supports viewers, hosts open panels, and brings you the latest events, topics, discussions in a safely moderated environment. I do actually really try and keep this a pretty even-keeled environment. I'm not sure we can move to Friday this week because this is actually a great question. So we got a decent number of people in here to ask this. So if I move the debate game show, for lack of a better term, from Saturday to Friday this week, next week, the following weekend, let me check my calendar. I believe that I'm out of the country, so it'll be one weekend on Friday, and then I'll be gone. So, should I wait until I get back? So right, yeah. So if I move it this weekend, next weekend, next weekend it would be on the 24th we would do it, and then the 31st I'm out of the country, and I may actually leave. I don't know when I leave to go out of the country. That's a good question. I need to ask. I need to look at the leave date, not the return date. But should I wait until I get back? Do it Friday? No, I'm not going passport broing. I'm going to Alaska, but I have to go to Canada first or something. I don't know. The start time would be 7 o'clock if we do it, or 8 o'clock if we do it. 8 o'clock Central Time, which is 9 o'clock Eastern. You think I should wait till I get back, Angel Berber? Yeah, I mean, it seems like, just kind of keep things consistent until then. Yeah. It's interesting stuff. They won't let you in until 2028. That's got to be a good story. Yeah, they won't demand to sit down with me. They know who I am. So, yeah, look, there's no reason for me to be rushed or to do it and then, have a hole in the schedule and then do it. Probably when I come back. So I'm going to Alaska, going on a Alaskan cruise, going to see some whales, maybe some dolphins, So, it's going to be a good time. Tomorrow, ladies and gentlemen, I have to remind you, I'm sorry, I did not promote myself well enough. Tomorrow, me versus Econoboy. Capitalism versus socialism. Let's go. And I'm actually supposed to be talking to Rob Noor about that. We already have one conference about it. I need to set up another one. Maybe I'll talk to him tomorrow. And because it's going to be interesting. I personally think that Econoboy is going to go like really meta, really esoteric, all these philosophical arguments, and I'm going to keep pulling it down into the muddy ass ditches of, yeah, but it's great to talk about it, philosophically, but people got to live by that shit. So, yeah. And see, and Mullet Baby, that's kind of where I think this is going to go, but it'll be great. And I might I don't know. He seems really even keeled. I don't know if we're going to get a rage quit. I did hear there was a rage quit the other night. I don't know where. I haven't seen the great chairman of the board in the chat tonight, but I heard that Beth Mayhew and I Killed Earl had a conversation over on Anson's channel the other night, and there was a rage quit, but I don't know who rage quit because I haven't had time to watch the show yet because I've been busy. But crazy stuff. Crazy. I bet that it was I Killed Earl rage quit. I bet she felt threatened and she rage quit. Just because I don't see Beth ever rage quitting. Yeah. So, but anyway, tomorrow, Mullet Boy, or not Mullet Boy. That's funny. Econo Boy. Econo Boy tomorrow. Judging will be Pentuple and Enemy Charlie. So I have a lawyer, a based lawyer, and a communist judging judging this debate. It's going to be on Admiral Gibbs's channel. I will be broadcasting it here. So the Furby, I won't ever debate the Furby SD guy 64. I don't mind wrecking the Furby here and there, but the problem is that the Furby, my opinion, my observation, it's not an opinion, my observation is that the Furby never actually argues in good faith. Whatever the subject is, the Furby makes it all about the Furby, and he pulls a bunch of bullshit tricks, like, burying you in paper before like an hour before you're supposed to debate, so that you can't actually prepare. And generically, the debates devolve into a bunch of whining and crying, and I don't have time for that. I really don't have time for it. I haven't seen the whole thing, Ticky Tack. I really need to check it out. But yes, Devin Anderson, the epitome of bad faith. Everything boils down to it. I mean, it's never about it's really weird that every single time that we engage with the Furby on any channel, whatever we're talking about, the Furby makes it about the Furby. Angel Berber says Grid 1, with all the red pill rage over Pearl getting molly-whapped by Andrew on Monday in their debate, I haven't seen other stuff the last couple of days. So here's the thing. Let's talk about it. As a matter of fact, if somebody wants to discuss Andrew and the and Pearl's discussion, debate, whatever you want, shellacking, whatever, sound off, get a link, come on up. Because I actually want, this will be a great conversation, and we'll have it. It'll be good. It's gonna be good fun. So just go over to Discord, go into the waiting room, say, "Hey, I'm here." They'll give you a link, and depending on if I like you or not, I'll let you up. I'm kidding. I'll let you up. Yeah. No shit, Ticky Tack. Damn, that's bad luck right there. That as I don't know who Owens is. Well, Mullet Baby, I think there's a little bit more to it than that. We'll talk about that if somebody wants to come. And if nobody wants to come up, I'll just I'll monologue this whole bitch. I'll do it. Don't bet me. I'll get it done. Where was I? There we go. Yeah, look, the debate with Pearl was really bad. I was on Andrew's show. I was on Glenn's show the other day talking about it. He and I chopped it up for like hours. He knows exactly where I stand. Matter of fact, I actually called him last night and we were talking about it. But I will throw him a link just because. I still like Pearl. I want to like her more, but it's rough. It's hard to like Pearl right now, is my perspective. So, where is Anson Knowles? That's a big question. I guess I'll just monologue away, man. That's all good, bro. I'll do it. So so the whole thing with Pearl and the whole thing with Pearl and Andrew's debate, if you want to call it that. It wasn't really that much of a debate. Basically, my opinion and observation is that Pearl really didn't have much of a debate. It was a lot of cope, and it was a lot of black-pilled rhetoric, not red pill per se, and it was just a bunch of taglines. Now, my observation, now I want to be honest with you. I've talked to Pearl. She's jumped on the show a couple of times. I've talked to her outside of this just a little bit. I have nothing against Pearl whatsoever. I have no beef with her. I think she's a good human being at root. But this is my observation. It's only my observation. If people want to take it the wrong way, okay. But here's the deal. Pearl just coped, and she said a lot of things. And basically, the reason that she was coping is because the canned rhetoric that she spouts doesn't work on Andrew. It really doesn't work on anybody anymore, but they keep trying. So everything she says, literally somebody else has said first. And not just like covered the talking point. I mean, like pretty much quote for quote. And she gets kind of called out on it a lot. And I don't know, and this is what annoys me about Pearl. And I told Glenn this yesterday, and he thinks wrong, but I think I'm right. I think Pearl could have been a shining light amongst women. She could have gone instead of taking the low hanging fruit of because a lot of her audience was male. Instead of taking that low hanging fruit and running with it, she could have put the work in, pulled the women in, which what she ended up doing was she actually ostracized the women. Like most women, red pill, blue pill, white pill, green, whatever, all the fucking pills, people that aren't even in the community. A lot of women just do not like Pearl, and they don't even know why they don't like her. They just don't like her. I think that's unfair. I think Pearl is a likable person, and I think that she does say some good things. But she went for the low-hanging fruit. She had a mostly male audience to start with. Obviously, she's a woman, and she catered to that. She ran with that, and she used a lot of the Rollo Tomasi rhetoric, which, by the way, I think Rollo Tomasi is right that Pearl does use his rhetoric and his descriptors and basically copies him. I agree with him on that. The problem is I think a lot of people do that, and Rollo doesn't have a problem with it. It's Pearl. He has a problem with Pearl doing it for some stupid ass reason. And what's even worse is is that it's just so weird to see him getting all bent about it. But I digress. So Pearl could have been a shining beacon amongst women in the anti-feminist space, like not just trad girl, but actually like anti-feminist, anti-woke. She really had that potential. But she doesn't do that. She talks about feminine, and she is anti-feminist. Obviously, she talks about it a lot. But in the same breath that she talks about being anti-feminist, she'll then basically sound like a woman-hating man, which kind of devalues. No, not kind of. It devalues everything she just said up until that point. It's frustrating to watch. I can't watch it. Like I can't watch Fresh and Fit just because it's so hypocritical most of the time. I can't watch Fresh and Fit. I can't watch Pearl. I can sit there for maybe 15 minutes, 20 minutes, and then I'm like, fuck, I gotta go. Like I'm out. Fuck this. I can't take any more. I digress. But that's my take on Pearl. It's not. I don't think it's particularly a hot take. You know, I'm not like everybody else saying that she got her ass. I mean, she did get her ass kicked a little bit. But I'm really not trying to say that, you know, that she's necessarily wrong, right? Like, and I understand. I think it's interesting though, right? Like she has a boyfriend, and she's sitting there telling women that they shouldn't have a boyfriend. What? Okay, she's been in multiple relationships. But she talks about that women can't find good relationships. Does she mean women can't find good relationships, or that she can't find good relationships? I don't know. I don't know. I think she's a great person, and Glenn obviously is very fond of her. He says great things about her. I believe him. I believe she's a good person. And look, I'm not saying that she's evil here, right? I'm not saying that she's an evil, vindictive bitch or anything like that. I'm basically saying that what should have happened is she should not have debated Andrew. It should have been her and Andrew versus not so erudite and some other fucking loser liberal, right? That would have been a more productive thing for her. Every single time that she tries to push back, it's just not a good look, in my opinion. Now, I could be wrong. I mean, look, there's probably people out there that think Pearl did everything perfectly fucking right, and I would think those people are wrong, and that's okay. We can all have our opinions, right? But I don't think I'm really wrong about this. Like, I really don't. I don't think that I'm having it, you know. And she just didn't look. She came off looking very, very bad, because her entire spiel was women are evil, men should not fuck with them, or why should men fuck with them, right? Whereas, you know, when you listen to Andrew talk, he's like, yeah, women are fucking evil, but you can salvage it, right? Like there are good women out there. Don't get so jaded by all these fucking OnlyFans bitches that are all up in your face that you miss that homegirl around the corner that is fucking chill and will, take care of you, and she'll let you touch her boobies. So, that's the thing, man. That's what's up. Right. Raging Patriot 1776. Welcome back. Yeah, absolutely. She was in her fifis, 100%. She was coping. It's just a thing, right? Like, it's not I don't think it's a big deal. Right. Paige, I don't disagree with you on that. The way that she presented a lot of her points were really very covert feminist. But I don't think she intended it that way, and I don't think that she is a covert feminist. I think that she truly wants to help men. I just think that she's not. I don't think she's capable currently of articulating a doctrine that would do such a thing. Right? I mean, she's got to watch the playback and be like, God damn it, did I say that? Really? Fuck. Fuck. Why did I say that? God damn it. I mean, right? I would be, if I was watching a playback on that and I'm sitting there in my chair going, well, just watching, I'd be like, did I fucking do that? Oh, man. Jeez. Well, I can't believe I said that. You know? She tried to. Well, all right. So, Raging Patriot 1776. This is actually a good observation. You know, like it's not that she's trying to fight from another perspective. It's just, and she's received a lot of criticism for this in the past, that she, for whatever reason, tends to not create her own rhetoric or her own positions or her own outlook. She adopts it from somebody else. And that's why when she gets pushed, by the way, guys, this is why when she gets pushed on some of that stuff, she can't back it up because it's not her worldview. It's not her position. She didn't think of it. She simply adopted it. And there's no groundwork there, right? Like it's the iron on top of mud kind of nostalgia thing. Grid, no, she didn't learn anything. In fact, she doubled down the next day. Wow, that's pretty bad. I mean, it is what it is. Not offering any solution was a big issue. Yeah, absolutely. Well, here's the thing. It's actually fine to say, I don't know how to fucking fix this. I say that all the time. I say, there's a bunch of loser ass women out there that, have great potential to be awesome women that can't get out of their damn heads, can't get out of their own way, you can't make this shit up. You couldn't actually write it. If you wrote this as a movie, it would not sell. And yet those people are out there every single fucking day. And you can't make that shit up. Right? You just can't. So, yeah, I don't, and there's no solution for that. That's like those people saying, trying to give some answer to a problem. They don't have any fucking clue, man. Got no clue. Oh, yeah, that's not cool. The thing is that, and let's just look at engagement, right? Now, yes, Pearl has a lot of subscribers, a lot, mate. She's got a lot of her subscribers, and she was very, very popular at one point in time. However, that ship is fucking sailed, mate. It is fucking sailed. This bitch is on the rag, mate. She's gone. It's gone. I'm telling you. Because her engagement, when she goes live, she's not getting 5,000, 6,000 people live, 10,000 people live. When she has an event like when she has an event like when she had Andrew, he has 10,000 people watching, maybe more across all platforms. With X and everything else, he probably had 30,000 people live watching that, and she probably had 1,000, 2,000 people. I mean, okay, she had 1K. Andrew had over 6K, right? So, and this is the thing, right? So her engagement, yeah, okay, she's got 2 million followers. That means shit. It's the engagement. She's lost all of that engagement. Again, she had a golden opportunity, in my opinion, to really reach out to women and really make something happen. She chose to cater to or pander to the men, and really rage against women. I mean, honestly, it sounds like she hates women. Honestly, every single time she talks, women are disgusting. Women are always going to cheat, blah, 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 whatever. But at the same time, she says that men can't find relationships because all the women cheat. She's in a fucking relationship. So. I do a pretty good Australian. Good. Yeah, I'm good for something. Yeah. Anyway, so I'm gonna have to do that when I have Jake Rattlesnake on. I'll have to do that. I'll just have to bust into that like randomly. Yeah. So the I don't know. Look, guys, this is, ladies and gentlemen, I don't have all the answers. I've never said that I have all the answers. I don't want to have all the answers. Matter of fact, I'm perfectly happy to be dumb as fuck if I could, but unfortunately I can't be. So this is why I am where I am today. So this is I mean, right. Okay. Right. So here's the thing. It may change. Right. And so I'm going to be honest with you. Pearl had a relationship not long ago that really hurt her. Like the dude broke up with her and was really, I think he was really mean to her. And that could be coloring a lot of this stuff that we've been seeing lately. I don't know, right? Like I don't get into people's personal lives, guys. I just don't. So that's just the way it is. So it's an interesting thing, guys. Have you seen the TragCon, this movement amongst even degenerate ass women, where they watch videos of these Mormon and Amish and other religious or traditional women do things like do the laundry, fix or repair clothing, do the laundry, make dinner, and do all of the housewifey things. Have you guys seen this? Is it not the most fucked up thing in the world that modern women watch people do that shit instead of just fucking going and doing it? Is that not the most fucked up thing? I'm talking about fucked up shit, Duck. What the fuck do you think I'm talking about? This is some fucked up shit. It is crazy, Panchuchin. It is fucking nuts. Fucking nuts. It's like the dumbest thing ever because they literally sit around and watch trad porn. Yes, they literally watch videos of people doing this shit, and it's just them doing damn housework, right? What is going on? And this is the craziest thing I've ever heard, ever. What's up, Wicked Wally? I'm glad you could finally stumble your drunk ass in. What's up, buddy? How you doing? Wicked Wally, if you'd like to jump up, the link is posted over in the Discord. Just drop in over there and be like, yo, give me a link. And one of the moderators will give you a link. I mean, look, I'm not going to look again. I think I don't know. Look, I don't know how to fix any of the shit that's going on with Pearl, right? Like I just don't. It's just a weirdness. Like I don't know. I originally thought that it was. I don't know. I think that women are. and this is really gonna fucking piss some people off. I think women are lazy as fuck now. Like absolutely lazy as fuck. Like if it requires anything more than like looking good, most women, I don't think most women want to do it. I don't see women wanting to actually, like when women say they want a job, they don't mean they want a job like a man wants a job. I don't know. I could be wrong about that. I'm probably fucking wrong about it. I don't know. Anyway. Chuck says, fuck, I'm lazy, but I still get it done. Damn right. Damn right. What was the rage bait for the ex-feminist? Yeah, I really like a lot of the stuff that Andrew has to say about feminism. He and Rachel have really like narrowed that shit down. No, I don't sound red pill at all. It's funny though. 10 back surgeries? Holy fuck. I actually have to get my back looked at. It's going to be rough if I have to have anything done. I've never had a surgery. I've never had a surgery. I've never broken a bone that I'm aware of. You know, all that cool stuff. Oh, true red pill, not the fake shit now. Look, man, I've always said that the red pill tenets are really good. You know, I believe in this because I've taught this my whole life, is that there's certain things that young men need to know, right? I have actually a list of things that young men need to know how to do to be successful in life or to live a fulfilling life, right? I also believe that what the red pill, the tenets, you know, get in, you know, exercise. I mean, you don't have to be a bodybuilder, but you know, get out there, hit the gym once in a while, play some pickup soccer on the weekend or basketball or whatever the fuck your sport is. I have to say soccer now because I don't think most men, I haven't seen a pickup football game or flag football game anywhere in like 15 fucking years. So I think, I don't know, I don't know what happened to that, but you know, just, you know, get some exercise, read a book, you know, educate yourself, have a job, be gainfully employed. I think that's a good one, you know, like be able to pay for your shit. The cult of pickleball. That's probably right. You know, and there's like a few other things. I think the red pill, you know, don't be a douchebag, right? Be a man of honor. I think all those are really good tenets, but it's all of the prescriptors that really, really, really get me. Like some of them are just so fucking wild that I can't even get there from here. So, shooting all women into the sun. That's fucking hilarious. But I think there's a set of skills, and I've talked about this before. I think there's a set of skills that all young men should acquire over their youth so that when they become men, they have a vast array of skills and experiences and problem solving to draw on, right? This is how it is supposed to work. I think all young men, you need to know how to fish. You need to know how to hunt. You need to know how to field dress an animal. I know it sounds bad, but you got to know how to do that shit, right? You need to know how to cook, right? And I don't mean a burger on the grill. I mean cook, like actually fucking cook. It's a point of pride it used to be a point of pride in family. Like every family had their dish, right? I remember I used to go over to this kid's house down the street from me. He learned how to make spaghetti sauce from his grandmother, who learned from her grandmother. I mean, it was like every kid in that family knew how to make spaghetti sauce. This family's spaghetti sauce, like perfect, and every single one of them could make it, and it was a fucking amazing. It was great. So men need to know how to do that. Men need to know how to play tennis. They need to know how to play golf. They need to understand card games, especially poker. Poker, a lot of business deals get done at the poker table. Need to know how to play pool. Need to know how to drive a car. Need to know how to tow a trailer. Need to know how to tie shit down on a trailer. You need to know how to drive a boat. There's a lot of things that men need to know how to do. And learning those things, you learn how to live, and you learn how to actually be a fucking useful human. What's up? Chairman of the board finally made it in halfway through the damn show. You were what? You were what? Where were you? Where were you, Anson Knowles? Yeah, you absolutely have to know how to drive a manual car. You need to know how to change your own oil. I don't know if you absolutely need to change your own oil, but you need to know how to change your own oil and tires. Basic auto mechanics, you need to know how to do that shit. What's up, Beth Mayhew? Who rage quit the other night, by the way? Beth Mayhew, I heard someone rage quit the other night. I was betting it was not you. Just a guess. Oh, I Killed Earl rage quit again? Damn the bad luck. Well, at least it was probably a real debate. I was just talking to her. Chuck in Tennessee, I use duck fat. Duck fat is fucking awesome. It's a secret. Rendered duck fat. Duck fat is amazing. Lord of Pies again. It's not about actually having to do it. You just have to be able to do it, right? You need to know these skills. These are life skills. Oh, you're very disagreeable, Beth Mayhew. You're practically a man. You're so disagreeable to I Killed Earl. So, yeah. I wasn't talking about that Panchuchin, but I mean, we can. Yeah. Yeah, I think that actually, Cam the King, that's a great point. When someone says, I don't know how to cook or I don't know how to do this, I immediately think, you're retarded, right? Like you're a special needs kid. Because, right? I don't know. Maybe not. What's up, Peace Dynamo? Good to see you. Good to see you. Oh, Beth, you have no idea how nice I was to I Killed Earl, and she still quit. What's up, Kevin? Are We Not Minions is in the house. Welcome, sir. I was just explaining in the very beginning of the show, I was explaining what a weird-ass week I've been having with this. And one of the things was this windshield deal. And would you know, Kevin, would you believe that I actually ordered a Motronic ECU for my Mini? I told the guy I needed, the year, it's 2011. I told him the year, the model, everything, and it made sure I told him 4 times the manual transmission. That motherfucker sent me an ECU for an automatic transmission car. Won't even start the car. What a dumbass. I can't believe it. I don't know what the fuck to do about this shit. This is it's driving me god dang insane, I tell you what. Anyway. Beth Mayhew pulling out the Jim Bob response. Fight me. Fight me. Fight me. Come on. Fight me. Yeah, Anson, the link is in the mod chat. If you'd like to go over, or is over in the, go to the waiting room. You can get the link and jump on up if you want to. What's up, Naomi? Mikey Balls raid is incoming. Watch out for Mikey's Balls raiding every daggum where. You know, it's I don't know. It's just it's a really good. It's a really. I mean, I just think that there's, you know, certain very specific there's certain specific things that need to happen in life, and if you're a man, you need to be capable of certain, but I think the same things women need to be capable of very specific things as well. We'll talk about that in a minute. What's up, Mikey Ball? How the hell are you, man? Good to see you. Excellent timing, sir. Kevin, are we not minions? Yes. The automotive part supply is literally falling apart in front of our eyes. Yeah, right. Like in 1 week, both of the things that I actually needed to have right got fucked up. So yeah, it's funny. What's up, Lindsay Smith? Why are you 69ing in the chat already? That's weird. Don't do that. You're 69ing Naomi in chat? What? Corrupted you? What? 27 years in a steel mill? Wow. Wow, okay. Yeah. I do all the cooking on the holidays, guaranteed, 100%. I literally told my wife that I can't trust anyone to cook on the holidays but me. Anybody else is going to fuck it up. So, guaranteed. Yeah. That's what's up. Beth, you may come up as well. I know you're a female, but you can come up. I'm not worried about you having I'm not worried about Anson Knowles rage quitting if you're here. So, what's up, Anson Knowles? How the hell are you tonight?
Hey, man, can you not see me?
No, it's just straight black.
Yeah, that's weird, dude. I don't know.
It is weird.
Yeah, I don't know what's going on. Huh.
Maybe you don't want to show off all the hickeys you got from your hot date tonight.
Well, what are you talking? I've never been on a date in my life. I'm pure as the driven snow.
It's impossible, Anson. You have kids, like multiple, not more than one, more than two.
I don't know what you're talking about, Grid. This is all hearsay and conjecture. I won't stand for this. I'm gonna rage quit.
You should storm off. Like
I am.
I killed Earl.
I'm gonna storm off and try and get my.
So did you have to soothe I killed Earl all over again?
What do you mean?
Well, obviously Beth upset her. The poor lass.
Yeah, I don't know what's going on with all that. I mean, she was upset because there were, conversations happening. So
what was it? What was there to be upset about? We were talking about Pearl, and I and that. I don't want to double back over that, but what was there to be upset about?
I don't know.
You don't know why the rage quit happened? It just happened.
Yeah.
There's Anson. Look there.
Yeah,
there he is.
Yeah. I was messing with my settings. I had it set on color, and I couldn't possibly get on screen in color again because that was hideous last time. So I fixed it.
I appreciate that. And so does all of the chat.
Yeah. There were lots of mean comments about how ugly I look facing forward in color. And I take that very seriously, chat. I won't do that to you again. I know that the front side of my face is hideous. And
they didn't do that here. That was on another show, right?
No, that was during the Signal Syndicate on Saturday night when I was on I Killed Earls.
Hey, since you didn't hear it earlier, I'm going to be busy. So I'm out of town, out of the country actually, at the end of the month for a week. And I was thinking I had originally intended to do the Friday night switch either this week or next week, but I'm thinking to wait until I come back from being out of the country, just so that I can have a good continuous like 3 or 4 weeks before so to build the habit. You know what I'm saying? What do you think?
Yeah, that sounds reasonable. I mean, you've been doing it on Saturday nights. Wait to do the switch until it's a good time. I mean, that's
okay.
And and lower your price points too. That's my only other piece of advice. But
lower the price points.
Yeah.
Okay. I'll take that under advisement.
Yeah, I appreciate that. Thank you.
Okay.
I think that like more people would engage in it if it was lower. Oh, I've got like 30 or 40 chat moves for you that I've been working on.
30 or 40 chat moves.
What I figure is,
many.
well, yeah, I know that's what I figure is you can have like every week cycle in a new one, and like this is the move of the week. Something new to try out. They're all different and kind of wild and do different things, and it's kind of like the weekly special.
Yeah. So what did you think of Pearl's conversation with Andrew?
I think that she has overreacted to the reaction to it. Because there are people who covered the reaction to it, and they've been banned from her chat now because of the negative opinions of Pearl after that. Like
Well,
she's doing the standard female thing where she gets all butthurt. So
that's pretty low class.
Yeah.
I actually have something else I want to ask before we go deep diving into Pearl. I've already done that once, but I don't like diving for pearls anyway. So were you over? So the other night after I finished up, I sent everybody over to the Powder Dusty, and then I went over to the thing on Mod Monday.
Yep.
The thing on Sarah's channel. You can come up, Glenn. That's fine.
He's going to defend his girl.
Yeah,
he's a Pearl simp.
Yeah, I sent you the link. I sent you the link because I didn't send you the link because I didn't want you to come up. But so I go onto the panel, and I get up there, and it's just a bunch of fucking. It's just the same people running their money makers. That's their mouth, because they sell it to cock. They sell it to suck cock. That's what I'm saying. See, they're money maker. Okay, I just want to make sure that we all are on the same term here.
So a normal
for the clarity.
A normal
clarity.
A normal panel.
They're all running up there. They're all running their money makers up there. And so I'm like, I just bought the whole panel. I just kicked everybody off, and I kicked Ryan off twice because I don't like him.
Oh, he's awful.
And I actually just wanted to have a straight back and forth with Pisco and Wick, and talk to the other two, the two conservative guys, which I'd never heard of. One was that misfit patriot or whatever the fuck. That dude's dumb as a box of fucking rock. I have no idea why he thinks he can debate. He's one of those people that if he had any friends at all, they'd go over and they'd say, "Look, man,
stop embarrassing yourself,
bro. You cannot fucking debate. Stop this shit. Give speeches, okay? like stay in your fucking lane, bro, because you are not a debater." Anyway, the other guy actually did debate pretty well, but I don't know. I don't know enough about him. So anyway. So I kicked all the leftists up there off that were running their money makers. Ryan got all pissy about it. And then apparently he whined in chat or backstage, where the fuck, a lot. I wasn't paying any attention. He got up. He didn't address me while I was on the panel at all. He could have, but he didn't. I sat there for a few more minutes. I got really bored. I'm like, all right, I'm going to fucking bed. Apparently, rumor has it, I have been told, I have not gone back to watch the game footage. Rumor has it that Ryan decided to talk mass amounts of shit about yours truly because I bought the fucking panel. Well, you could too, you dumbass. Don't be fucking poor. Right? Like it's not even that expensive to buy the damn panel.
Yeah.
It was like $50 to kick everybody off, except for the 4 people I wanted to talk to, you know. And I had, and I was able to have a good back and forth with Pisco, and I challenged him on a lot of his bullshit, and I had him doing the whole double talk, meth mouth, everything. Like I got exactly what I wanted. I wanted to see if he could go from calm to meth red line in just like 3 sentences, and he did. He did that.
Great.
So, you know.
Did you watch Jim Bob with Not So Erudite, the one-on-one?
No, I barely seen some of Andrew.
He started doing like straight destiny, meth mouth, freaking out, losing her mind.
Jim Bob did?
No, Not So Erudite.
Oh,
and
yeah.
The stuff she was saying, I was like okay, so at one point Jim Bob brought up about like if there was if a civil war to break out in the US, you know, it would be men who would be going to fight. And she accused by saying that, because he was like, it would be men like me and Brian.
We must have had a lot of Ryan fans in here because we just lost half the fucking audience. They just said, fuck this guy. He's mean. We're out.
She literally, like, I couldn't even believe it. She said she accused Jim Bob of having stolen valor for saying that.
For saying what?
That if a civil war broke out in the US, it would be men like him and Brian who would be rushing to fight and take over the government and stuff like that. She accused him of having stolen valor for saying that. She said the infrastructure is mostly upkept by women, not men. What else was there? Oh my God. Like it went on. And then she started this whole thing about the force arm. And he was asking, you know, he was trying to say the force arm is men because men have the monopoly on force, right?
My man!
What's up?
What's up, buddy?
How you doing?
I'm good, man. I'm good. Sorry, Beth. I had to interrupt you there.
No.
I'm going to have to watch that debate when I get a chance.
You gotta watch it. She went on some weird diatribe saying that the force arm in the U.S. Would be slaves, and then, or she asked if it could be slaves, and then turned it into a black versus white thing, and it was like Jim Bob's like, "Why are you saying that? Please stop saying that."
I got to be honest with you. People have got to quit saying that, because if we ever did go salt and pepper in this country, it would literally, like, it'd be a couple of weeks.
It was
crazy. A couple of weeks.
It was crazy.
It'd be done.
The stuff she was saying was so like, and then she went full on like I was like, oh my God.
I'll watch it. The thing is that watching Jim Bob debate is like watching cats fuck to me.
Yeah.
Did you
no
see?
kidding.
He was
I'm the only. I thought I was the only one.
No, I agree.
It's a lot of screaming. It's a lot of really frantic movement. There's fur flying everywhere.
I'll give him. He tried to stay composed pretty well, and then, like, I don't know if you saw on the Whatever podcast.
I'm in the South, Naomi. You can't help but see cats fuck. They're on the fucking lawn, man.
True.
On the Whatever podcast, he was talking about how we should have uniforms for public schools, and Erudite clipped it and posted it on X and tried to paint him out to be a PDF file.
Of course.
And, like, it was a big thing. Like, oh my God. Like, oh. So bad faith.
So, long story short, Not So Erudite is an effective representative for her worldview. So
that's one way that's the nicest way you could possibly put it.
Yeah, again, I've tried to watch Jim Bob debate, but it's hard for me because it's a lot of screaming. It's a lot of
the one thing
emotion.
he just goes into semantics way too much. Now, like, we all know semantics are important. I understand. I'm not belittling semantics, but when you get so far into the weeds where the entire conversation is semantics, that's when I'm out.
Well, yeah, Jay Dyer does that too, where he tries to use like jargon to confuse people, and then he talks down to them like, why are you even having this conversation? It's like when they get into the debates, and Andrew does this sometimes too, but Andrew, I'm not going to, diss Andrew in any way whatsoever because he's a master, but like the whole like what's the scientific method? You can't talk about science unless you recite the scientific method. I mean that's just fallacious, right? I mean you can have an opinion on something without being able to recite like all of the steps for all of the different scientific processes, you know?
Oh, yeah. So, yeah, look, I don't know. Speaking of debates, I am debating Econoboy tomorrow on capitalism versus socialism. You guess which side Econoboy is going to take. And and I keep, I'm sure if you're in the audience, Econoboy, here's my entire strategy. You are going to go super esoteric, meta, philosophical nonsense. I'm going to drag you down in the mud and beat you to death with experience. And that's what it's going to be. That's just the way it's going to be, guys. I'm just telling you right now.
Well, why are we debating any of this? I thought you were a commie.
Who's a commie?
Well, no, he's not a commie.
You were,
no, he's a liberal. He's not a commie. There's a difference.
He's a real
I am
liberal.
not a liberal in any way, shape, or form.
I'm just having fun.
As the most liberal I get is not yelling at my wife for wearing yoga pants outside the house. That's about as liberal as I get.
Yeah, you're a constitutional liberal. You're one of those people that think people should be allowed to vote and shit. So,
yeah.
W. Hansen.
Commie confirmed. Yeah. What's up, BIY? Good to see you. Good to see you out there.
So what do you think about the latest thing that happened in Qatar with Trump? 1.3 trillion or 1.2, 1.3. I think it's 1.3 trillion dollars investment in the United States.
Well, I think it's interesting, all of the investment that's being made in the United. I mean, if we're going to just shift gears here.
Yeah, I don't mean
really
to completely.
No, it's fine, man. No, it's good. It's cool. I think that the left is right now is really in damage control mode, trying to push the idea that all of this investment in the United States is wrong, although it's exactly what Trump said would happen and they said would not happen. It was all lies. It was all bullshit. Nothing was going to happen, and all of that. But yet, here we go.
Mm-hmm.
Here we go. The orders are starting to pour in to American companies for goods offshore Intel, Microsoft. All of these companies are bringing work that they've subbed out overseas back into the United States. Matter of fact, they're all building. There's like 5 top tier companies that are building new facilities here, new factories. I just. And here's the thing, guys. What's the interest rate at today? It's like 4 something. That's the lowest it's been in 5 fucking years, dude.
So you're when y'all get done talking about this, I want to talk to you about your debate some, because that's actually a topic that I'm interested in, not this Qatar nonsense. But
well, I mean, I'm not really talking about Qatar. I think Qatar is just one of the. It's just a symptom, right?
Yes, you're right.
It's just a symptom and an indicator towards what's actually going to happen. Chinese. So just some facts, right? Manufacturing and measured by orders and or products delivered is 35% higher than this time last year. 35%. That's never happens. That's like unheard of. The amount of Chinese investors me personally have had people that because I'm in the business community and investment community. I have Chinese investors right now that would love to move factories here, not start a factory here, but basically cease operations in China and move the entire operation here, employing Americans, not Chinese people. And they would love to do it. They're like getting ready to do it. So there's some problems with there's some problems with the way it needs to happen, because Chinese taxes the fuck out of you if you do that. Which what I don't think people realize is that where if you're an American and you want to go outside of the country and you want to build a factory in fucking Ireland and you know have the leprechauns build shit for you, that's cool with the United States. We don't tax your money. As a matter of fact, Apple keeps a massive amount of money in Ireland because of that. I'm picking on Ireland because of that, by the way. That and leprechauns. Leprechauns are funny. But if you try and take money out of China to invest in another country as a Chinese citizen, it's a massive tax penalty. I mean, massive. It's like 40%. So, you know, so there's some, you know, the problem with the Chinese is that it's not that they don't want to do it. It's just doesn't make sense.
Let me ask you a question on that, Grid. Do you think that they look at it as, well, I would do it if I could get like a 20-year guarantee that I'm not going to have some red tape roll me over?
I think
in this country, because it's on like a 4-year basis. I mean, as soon as the next administration comes over, and let's say it's not conservative, you know, sided. Let's say it's the Democratic side, and they change everything, and now they're kind of shit out of luck, right?
I mean, I don't know that the Chinese think super long term, so they probably don't care, right? Like as long as they're not going to get kicked out or shut down, they don't care. But the biggest obstacle to foreign investment in this country that's not government sanctioned, I mean, just people like you. Like if you owned a factory in China, which there are a lot of people like you that own a factory in China. There's a Mikey Balls over there with one leg rolling around owning a factory in China.
I feel you. I feel you. I hear you.
And I'm just saying is, you know, and that guy, what's stopping him from coming here is not the United States government. It's his own government. Because if he tries to do that, if he wants to spend $1 million here, he has to budget $1.5 million because the government's going to take 40%. And the same thing with Cuba, the same thing with, I don't know if Taiwan's that bad, but the same thing with France, the same thing with Germany. I mean, that's just the way it is. It's just the way it is. So, yeah, mullet baby, you're right. Most of the independent nations in the Caribbean's work. You can get 10 years low or no taxes, but if somebody from the Bahamas wants to take if a Bahamian company wanted to open a business in Florida, they'd have to pay a massive amount of tax to the Bahamian government to do so. It's really crazy. So what we're really seeing is we're seeing the fact that we're seeing any foreign investment in the United States right now with as high taxes they have to pay to do so is impressive, right? Like they wouldn't do it if there wasn't a good reason to do it. Because why? I mean, do you want to give away 40% of your money to the government to go do something else? I don't know anybody who wants to do that. That seems dumb.
Yeah.
But anyway, what do you want to talk about on the? I'm sorry, Mike. Did I cover that enough for you, or do we need to? Oh. And Qatar doesn't do that. Qatar, by the way. So the UAE, which includes Saudi Arabia, Qatar, whatever the fuck it is, I forget what the name of that country is. And all those little, the 7 or 8 Saudi states. I think there are actually 40 Saudi states, but they're like 7 or 8 kingdoms.
Yeah,
whatever the fuck they are. They don't. Their government does not tax them if they invest in America, which is why they're the first in line. So, yeah.
By the way, Grid, yes, you did answer that. I appreciate the answer. Yeah, I just think that the Middle East in its entirety is fascinating. You know, not to drag it on any further because I'm not trying to. I'm just saying that.
No,
you know,
I think it is fascinating. I think what's really fascinating is like this community that they're developing outside of Dallas, Texas. The it's a Muslim community that is there. You know, the state is basically trying to shut down and not let them do it because there's reasons, but it'll be. I don't know. We'll see.
Yeah, I mean, we just got a lot of big money that's coming into the United States that I think is also fascinating. Not only the 1.3 that we were just talking about with Qatar, but as well as the 600 billion that's confirmed with Saudi Arabia and soon to be 1 trillion total.
So, what I think is more interesting is the investment in typically woke brands like Disney by Muslim or Islamic factions. I think that's very interesting.
Do you think that it's a safe bet, or do you think it's because of a different motive?
I think that they're getting tired of seeing woke fairy tales, and they have the money, and they're going to end up owning Disney.
They do have the money.
I personally think that's a bad thing, but there won't be any more woke shit at Disney. I guarantee you that. So, you know, I don't know.
It'll be back to the 20s. You know, no, I'm just kidding.
It could be, it could be pretty bad. I don't know.
Yeah.
But yeah, I think it's very interesting. I think there's a lot of things that are very interesting going on, and it's hard to keep track of all of the interesting things. Because I don't know. I don't know how interconnected people realize things are, right? Like, I mean, I think some of us do, but I don't know. It's very interesting. We live in interesting times. We live in interesting times.
No doubt.
So,
no doubt. But hey, Grid, I wanted to hop on. I just finished my show. I rated you to always got to show my love and respect on Wednesday nights to your show. You know what I mean? So,
yeah. And I really, I'm sorry. There's a lot of different things. And there's a lot of different things that could be good or could be really bad going on.
Yes, you're right.
And I think my personal belief is, I think that the normal American, Christian or Christian leaning, doesn't even have to be, full blown Bible thumper. I think they're getting pushed so hard now that they're willing to push a little more.
Who's they?
I'm not saying they're not woken up. I'm not saying that we've awakened the giant or the sleeping giant. I'm not saying that. I see more pushback.
Who's they?
By the normal American, white, suburban, Christian leaning, I think they're getting tired of seeing, and it's not that like I honestly do not care that there's a mosque, over by the university. I don't care. Fine, whatever.
Sure, me neither. I'm with you.
My problem comes in is when they start getting special privileges that the other churches do not get.
I gotta agree with that.
Or special holidays in school, that kind of thing. And so as a matter of fact, I'm one of those. I will tell you right now. I think we have too many holidays in school. Fuck that shit. We need to get rid of all these made up holidays and just can that shit. Let's get back to the life sucks. Wear a fucking helmet. Get your work done. Go to bed.
Anson, that doesn't sound like a liberal to me.
Well, no, he's definitely.
I'm just saying.
No, he thinks people have the ability to vote and stuff. I mean, that's like the perfect example. Like he trusts other people that go to Walmart to like pick our leaders.
So
I don't know. Like
that's a great subject because I actually don't. I really believe that there should be qualified voting.
Yes, me too.
But
I think it should be at bare minimum. You pay taxes.
Yeah, absolutely.
You pay. Fuck ownership of land at this point.
Mikey Balls, I will go further. I would say that if you receive a tax refund from the government, more, so if you effectively pay zero tax.
Yes. No, if you get a refund, trust me, if
you get a refund, but you paid $200,000 in taxes, but you get 90,000 back, that's cool.
No, we're talking about on a net side.
Yeah, if you pay $7,000 in taxes and you get $7,500 back because you got a child income credit or whatever the fuck it is, fuck you. No, you don't get to vote.
You didn't do that right. You pay $7,000 into tax and you get $17,000.
So
I'm just saying.
I don't have my whole mathematics book with me.
Right. Well, I've got you covered. I got you covered over
hood
here.
Math.
You know what I mean?
I don't understand hood math.
I got you. But listen, hey, much love, honor, respect to you and your show.
Yeah, man, I appreciate you. I appreciate the raid, man. I really do.
Of course. No, I'm always honored to be able to hang out with you and have these conversations. So, Anson, I'm sorry about stealing the show with the.
You didn't steal it. It's Greg's show.
It's my show, man. Anson's a guest.
I know Anson was like, well, I want to get back over to the debates over here. You know what I mean?
Well,
listen, that's cool.
I'm not going to talk too much about it because Econo Boy may be in the audience watching and trying to gain.
You don't want to give away your strategy.
Oh, then I'll send it to you in Discord then, Greg, because I've got like the perfect defeat for socialism. It was developed in the 1920s.
I'm happy to talk about
send that to me too, please.
Wide paint with a wide brush, right? But yeah.
But thank you, Grid, for always.
Hey, Mikey, I got to ask you one more before you leave, man.
Of course.
We're 140 days in, right?
Sure.
Into the presidency, right?
Mm-hmm.
How are you feeling about Trump right now?
Overall?
Yeah.
I would say an 85% base. Like that I am for what he's absolutely doing. Now I'm very transparent in my own personal beliefs on my show. That doesn't mean that's what I want to always present. There's a lot of times I bite my tongue on my own show just to show the news, you know what I mean? But I believe that the people that watch me daily understand my mind frame in this. And I have condemned a few things that Trump has done and said and stuff like that. And this is coming from a staunch conservative. I'm not. I don't play on the line. I don't play both sides of the fence. Everyone knows where I stand. So when I think a worldview wise, and as the way that I look at the world, I'm very staunch on that. And so when I see there's things that are not for the benefit of America, and it's the benefit of something else on a geopolitical level, I'm not that guy. I only care about Americans in this political realm. That's all I care about.
Okay. So I have a multitude of friends that have been just backstabbing the fuck out of Trump for the past 3 weeks. They've lost X amount in the stock market. Their fund looks like shit.
That's their fault for not following what's happening with the tariffs and following what actually is happening and just getting in and out of the market as it shows.
Well, they shouldn't. I mean, whatever. They lost. They lost some money on paper. They never sold, so they didn't actually lose any money. Just for a
Okay.
couple of weeks, they were worth less than they were yesterday.
Yeah,
So,
I got you. I got you.
But
That's even funnier.
yeah, and so I had I had a talk with a friend of mine. He's way over invested in Tesla, for example, and he
So's my
took a
father.
fucking beating on it, and it's starting to come back up, right? And
Mhm.
he's like, "Well, it's never going to hit where it was," and I'm like, "It might actually go higher, right? Like you don't
That's
know."
what my dad promises. You know, he's totally invested into Tesla. That's his
Mhm.
personal thing. But
Yeah.
he you know, bought at 218 and now it's 3 something, 320
Yeah,
or
and it was
something.
like 500 or 600
And
just a couple
he's
weeks ago.
always exactly. It's you got to be able to watch the market and watch what's
Mm-hmm.
happening actually geopolitically, especially anything that Trump says is going to affect the market. So,
Yeah.
you know what I mean? That's I have, for instance, I have a couple of people that watch my show not for the actual care of geopolitical stuff that's happening on a humanitarian level. They care for the market. They
Sure.
care for the market. They care for their portfolio, which I don't blame them. I'm like,
Yeah.
listen, that's the information that you need to know.
Yeah, I mean, of course, I expected a bigger drop. I mean, I expected an Obama level drop in the market,
Mm.
and we didn't really get it. But
Well, we got it for half a day, and then it bounced right back.
Yeah, right. But I mean, I
on a real
expected
level.
something different, and I expected something different because I really expected a much larger fuck you to Trump than what we got. It's just me, I mean anything, and there are some things that Trump has done, like any other politician, that I'm just like, what the fuck are you doing, So the only thing that I'm really kind of annoyed with Trump right now about is I like what he's doing at the border. I just don't think he's moving fast. Like most of it is just I don't think he's moving fast enough.
I agree. I'm with you on that.
And I think he has to move really fast because what happens is that if you give the enemy time, they can stop you or slow you down enough that things just don't happen. And so you just and he does know that. He's proven that he's willing to like rapid fire and move really quickly.
Well, we know this thing about midterms. You know what I mean? And so it's like, well, we got 4 years realistically, understandable, but really, you got 2 years to get this shit done.
Right. And that's an interesting thing too. I'm pretty happy overall. I just, and I was actually in a debate about that the other day, and it was something that I went over with, or not a debate, but a discussion the other day about it. I'm pretty happy with Trump's first
Me too.
130 days or whatever. It could
I give him an A.
Yeah. Well, there are things that he said that he would do. People are like, well, he hadn't done it yet. And I'm like, yeah, he's got 3 more years to do that. Don't worry about it.
Dude, every single day it's something new that he's conquering. I don't want to hear it.
The biggest thing that I say back is that he, day one, he did more than any president in history.
I believe it.
I have to check that, but anyway, I don't mean to keep you, man.
No, hey, much love, honor, respect to everybody. Glenn, my man, good to see you. By
Glenn.
the way,
What up, man? How you doing?
Yeah,
just showing a little love before I head out. Just finish up my little show on my side.
Man.
So
You want to bed?
Well, it's time. I'm an old man. I'm 30. Listen, I'm 30 now. I have.
Oh my God, so old.
I have to act my age.
30. I wasn't even married yet. I was rocking. I mean, I was.
You gotta act your age, or like, never mind.
So
yeah. Okay, I hear you.
So before you take off, Mikey, I got to tell you. So tomorrow night we've got the debate between Akana Boy and I. That's going to happen at 5 Central.
Okay.
So it's pretty early. And then obviously I do the day shift tomorrow at my standard noon. You get the nooner no matter what.
Right.
But then we've got Econoboy. And then Friday night, I'm having that the girl who's in the debate on the debate show. She's going to be here Friday night. Big Papa something Banshee. What was it? It's hang on.
I think I know that name.
Big Papa Buckaroo Banshee. A fucking name.
You talking about the Seattle feminist?
She's the Seattle feminist. She's going to come on.
Shit.
We're going to go back and forth. I told her, I was like, look, it's going to be more of an interview style. I'm not going to beat you up or anything.
Yeah.
So we're just going to have a good talk on Friday. We're going to have a true feminist on board. True, honest to God feminist. Beth will probably like be spurging out in the chat. That's okay. But so that's Friday night show, and then Saturday night will obviously be the debate Grand Prix or whatever we're going to call it. Actually, I'm stealing that from Gibbs, but the debate game show will be on, and we're going to make a few more tweaks to it this coming week. We'll see how that works out, yeah, it's going to be cool.
Hell yeah, man. Well, I'll definitely be around as you see me all the time in the chat. You know, that's usually where I like to be comfy in the chat, you know.
Yeah.
But once in a while I like to pop up and say, hey,
sure,
you know, show my respect.
Yeah, you had me on your show. What was that, yesterday? That was wild. You almost never have guests. You were like, hey, Anson, get a link. Come on up. And I was like, yeah, man. Hell yeah, we'll talk about foreign relations, dude.
That's one thing
awesome.
that it's an invite only, you know, and kind of one of those things that Grid was always talking about the way he runs his show.
For some reason,
I'm
Mikey,
the same way.
I never get an invite.
Well, come on, man, be in the chat. You know what I mean? You got to be in the chat.
Actually, I watch on the shadows. I watch in the shadows. I just
hey, that's cool.
I don't announce myself.
That's cool. Hey, listen, I'm gonna be real. It's kind of funny because a lot of the times that I'm watching, even your show, dude. I swear to God,
you just gotta be in the shadows, bro.
Most of the time, I don't even say nothing. Like I'm watching, but I don't want to steal. Like this is your show. I have my own platform to be able to do what I do every day. So I'm not like trying to get airtime. You know what I mean? Like some people are. I do this every day, so I'm not trying to garnish attention. That's your show, you know, and this is Grid's show. I like to show respect.
You just don't want to be engaged. You just want to actually enjoy being
lay
an
back
audience member
and get the content.
And just listening without having to respond or interact.
I agree.
Yeah.
Yep. Kind of funny, but hey, listen, man. Glenn, you're welcome anytime.
You're like one of my my favorite political shows where I just like sit there and like I get my news from Mikey Balls. He got one leg, guys. Leave him alone.
I appreciate that. I appreciate that. Listen, the
one leg, both balls.
The one thing that I can say about what I do is I'm very good at being able to like. There's a whole, for instance, like a Fox News or CNN or anything stream, and I know where it's like, fuck this bullshit. You know what I mean? Like this shit right here, they're just pandering for money right now. Like, and I'll explain that to the audience live. Like, this is what they're doing.
Mikey, you know, I'm watching Lindsay like have a mental break in chat about the economy. Which is weird because the economy, I mean, everything I see, the economy is fucking great right now.
Oh, yeah.
The company that I'm buying, I literally had a meeting today and we were going over their financials. They're 17% ahead of where they were last year. They're right now, I think year to date, they're like almost 700 grand in sales. And, you know, they're on track to hit probably somewhere between $6 and $8 million in revenue this year.
Grid, let me explain what you're about to ask me. Most people do not understand what the economy is. Okay, they look at the economy as gas prices. They look at the economy as grocery store prices. They're not looking at the economy like the S&P 500, like what we're looking at. Okay, they're not looking at stocks. They're looking at grocery prices, egg prices, toiletry prices, all of these things. That's what they're looking at. That's what the economy is. It's just misconstrued. That's all it is. Inflation and the actual economy is two different kind of ordeals.
Yeah.
Inflation is just caused by the, like, are you talking about price inflation or monetary inflation? Because there's two different things, right? There's price inflation caused by specific markets, like for the market for wheat or rice or whatever, and fluctuations with supply and demand. But there's price inflation is just a general theft that the Fed does, which is my favorite topic to discuss and ties perfectly back into the socialism versus capitalism conversation that I wanted to have in the first place.
Nice way to hook that right back
yeah,
around.
right. Before he gets on his horse, and rides, Mikey, what do you think about damn it, Alma, the interest rate sliding ever so slightly in the right direction?
It's a great it's in my and here's I've always been very clear on this. On a geopolitical standpoint, I'm very well versed. When it comes to world economics, I'm not so much. But I will say, anytime that we are seeing this shit drop, it's a great sign for the economy.
No, it's a good sign for the stock market. There's a difference between the stock market and the economy.
Okay, well, a stock market. Well, and I'm misconstruing that a little bit as well. So I admit that.
Right. I don't really care that much about foreign markets right now beyond what they're doing in relation to the United States, as far as if they're making investment in the United States.
I agree.
Or if they're doing something else. If I mean, as far as I'm concerned, right now, I think I don't think that we're going to. I mean, I know I've heard all of the recession talk. I've heard all of that garbage. I don't see a recession coming. My problem, you know what my real problem is, Mikey, is that Democrats were fucking nutless, deballed, faggoty ass bitches that would not admit that they were that we were in a depression.
They still are.
They would not admit that every single thing that the Biden administration did push us further and further into an actual fucking depression. They had to change the term, Mikey. They had to change the definition.
It's
so that
called
it was
cope.
still called a recession and not a depression, because they didn't want people freaking the fuck out as they should have.
It's cope.
I was freaking the fuck out. They would have been freaking the fuck out if they were living on my income.
Yeah. I mean, I was like, do you motherfuckers not know how to read? Like, do you not know how to read? We're in a depression. Depression.
It was so bad. Like, we actually invested, like, I have a bunch of fruit trees and shit. And like, I was like canning like all summer long just so we had stuff. Like, I mean, it especially here in New York. Oh, it was bad. It was so bad.
I can only imagine for New York, especially. I mean, I felt it in California. I just moved away about almost a year now. May 31st, I've been in the South now, almost a year. But I was there for 29 years. I mean, I moved away where my rent was over $5,000 a month. You know what I mean?
I'm
so
in Western
I feel
New
it
York too. Like, so I'm not even near the city, and I mean, like, it was painful.
Yeah.
No, I listen, man. I lost my leg during that whole ordeal too. I lost my leg March 6th of 2021.
I'm sorry.
And I'm not asking for sympathy or anything.
Well, no,
I'm just giving context, but thank you on that. Like,
I'm not
for
sorry.
instance, I was making well over six figures at 18 years old for a decade up until I lost my leg. And so I couldn't, unfortunately, go back to what I was doing and had to compromise in some way. And me moving to the South was my way of compromising economically. Right. But then I was able to land on my feet figuratively. I think that's funny. But yeah, 1 foot, five toes and one blade. You know what I mean?
That works.
So it works.
It should be more accurate. Okay.
Yeah, that's right. But it was actually, but 29 years living in LA where I'm paying, I mean, at one point I was paying over $5,000 a month for rent, not to own. not
I
some
know.
land I'm getting. You know what I mean?
How
Dude,
big was the place?
I got a freaking a 13-acre lake right here outside my house. Boom. You know what I mean? Like, I've actually got land now. I actually have a place that I can like expand it. Like this whole move I didn't think was going to be something so grand, but it was. It was
Yeah,
a
no,
secret
you're
blessing.
explaining. Yeah, and you're explaining why all you damn people from California need to stay the hell out of Alabama because you bring your money here and you got outsized influence, and like 90% of you are a bunch of libtards that just need to go back to the hellhole you made.
Hey, but
Right.
there are exceptions
Oh,
to the
we're taking
rule.
over Alabama, Mikey. Is that what we're doing? Is that what you're saying? I need to go.
Listen, if you just saw a couple of my Instagram videos, you'd be like, all right, I got you.
I've seen a couple of them.
It's horrible here.
Pull an RV onto Mikey's side yard.
It's horrible here. Don't listen to them. People are
No,
awful.
no.
They're rude. They're
You guys
rude.
probably all fuck
No,
your
hold on.
cousins.
Let
That's what I
me
heard.
add to
Yep.
this. Let me add to this
So
whole
I just-
thing.
You gotta be careful.
Don't
with
move
that.
here. I was capping.
Stop the cap.
Everything here sucks. Don't
Yeah,
come
don't
here.
worry. I wouldn't do it. I'm
No.
going.
My
I'm going
neighbors
somewhere
moved.
else.
My neighbors moved down south, and like they were keeping in touch with me for a hot minute. And like they used to own both properties, this one and the one next door. And like about 6 months in, I actually really started thinking about selling the property and taking the kids and going. But family court would never let me freaking do that.
Especially not where you're at.
Yeah. No.
No kidding. Well, with that being
You're
said,
like in upstate New York. That's where it's cold as fuck.
well, that's where it's nice.
Yeah, I'm below the snow belt that hits Buffalo, so I don't have to worry about that part. Like although this year was weird. So every year, like once a year, we get like 3 foot of snow in one night, and then the rest of the winter, where I am, we'll get a couple inches here and there, but that's about it. This year we didn't get any big snow, which is weird for here.
Forget the snow. That's garbage.
Yeah,
Much love.
It's awful.
Listen, everyone, thank you for having me, Grid. I'll see you guys on the next one. Much love and have a great rest of your
good night,
stream.
Mike.
See you guys.
Yeah. It's interesting. I think that the whole depression thing that we were in during most of Biden's administration and nobody bothered to fucking admit it. No.
We were saying it here. Like, and that's the scary part is like, this is a super blue state. Like I'm literally 6 miles from a sanctuary city and friggin'
You are a sanctuary city.
haha.
I
Anyway,
mean, you're a city in California because they're like 10 acres or something. I don't know. What's up, Glenn? How the hell are you?
I'm good, man. Just chilling.
Cool. All right, Anson, lay it on me, brother. Lay it on me.
Well, so there's a book. Oh, it's actually not a book. It's a small essay written by my favorite economist. It's called "Economic Calculation in the Socialist Commonwealth." It was written in 1920, and it basically runs through the fact that you can't set prices in a socialist economy. And he was the first economist to point out the fact that prices are subjective, right? They're made by two people in an exchange freely amongst themselves to determine what the price is for the thing that's being bought and sold. And if you're in a socialist economy where the means of production are controlled and the purchasing is controlled, you can't actually derive a price because it's impossible to subjectively reach inside of someone's mind and figure out what the buying or selling price is for a specific item. So socialism will always break down, and the Soviet Union had this problem where there were shortages and surpluses of things all over the place because they actually tried to implement socialism. And so socialism actually is dysfunctional from the start because you can't derive a price, and that creates all sorts of other problems like the efficiency of capitalism. Because it allows people to trade freely on an open market, you can't match it in any kind of controlled economy. And so you're always going to have, I guess, starvation, bread lines, all the things that the Soviet Union. All you got to do is go back and look at the history of the Soviet Union. Now, what he's probably going to do, unless he's dumb, is argue for like some sort of third way socialism, where he's going to say, well, we're going to have some control and we're going to have some socialism. and
Mhm.
some markets, because you
Well,
can't actually.
I think he claims to not be an actual socialist. He just likes some socialist programs.
Right.
But that's not really the prompt. Can I take a moment and say that look at Beth over there doing needlework by lamplight, shades of Betsy Ross. What's up? So
Yeah,
that's
it's super
funny.
hot. Super hot.
Womanly duties.
There you go. That's right. Sewing at night. All right. Panchucha wants to know who wrote that essay.
That's Ludwig von Mises.
He's everybody's favorite economist, really.
Is he? Is he your favorite?
No, actually, he's not. But
Oh, it's either him or Murray
it's very
Rothbard.
popular. It's a very popular read.
Yeah, it is. You want me to send it to you?
Yeah, send it over.
Yeah,
so I don't have to like go through and like copy shit.
Yeah. So, when you get into socialist systems, they try and create all these models to predict what people will and won't want because it's a centralized system. And we do that in our economy now because we have a mixed socialist system in America.
Mhm.
And the economy is too complex to be able to have an individual centrally plan, even if they're really smart and have like very strong computer models and a lot of computing power. You can't predict what an individual want to buy or sell something for. And that's why you're always having all these trouble with subsidies in our current economy now, right? We've got exports that are messed up in terms of our food exports, where we're trying to export a whole bunch of stuff because we're subsidizing farmers to grow things, and it is very wasteful. The farmers shouldn't be growing what they're growing if it's going to waste, and the government ends up having to pass all these farm bills to buy all the excess surplus, or else the farmers will go out of business because we have a glut of farmers that we don't need. And there's a whole bunch of other examples too. I mean, Trump's the worst at this. He's always trying to kowtow to specific people. Oh, look at this! You got a super chat.
I do. Canadian $10 from Paige. Beth Mayhew is making a tongue-in-cheek reference to your earlier comment regarding female viewers watching women doing trad things. Grid. She's actively boosting my numbers. Thank you very much. Actually, I think she's just doing it because she needs to do it, and it's work has to get done one way or the other.
I had no clue. Like, I came in and you guys were talking about like female responsibilities and stuff. I had missed it, so happy to help. It's just I don't know.
You're a natural fit for Nala's streaming. You should hit up Nala and see if she'll have you on there to do female stuff with her. Nala has some female experience on her streaming, so
yeah, I've heard.
I actually thought we were going to have Millennial Mike on tonight to talk to me about how to make money in real estate.
Oh,
but he's not reached out to me. Although that they were all really hot and bothered to reach out to me during the show.
Yeah, you go to the courthouse and you buy tax sale property.
Yeah,
that's actually not a bad plan.
Yeah, I know people that do that, and they you do it a long enough period of time. You know, some people will buy the property back because they pay the tax and they get the property, but a lot of them don't. And if they're not encumbered by any sort of loan, then you get the property like super cheap, and then you can build on it. And it's usually in crappy neighborhoods that will eventually be redeveloped in like 15 or 20 years. So, you know, it's a good long-term diversification plan if you want to buy cheap and sell high. So,
yeah. I should do more of that. I just generally don't. I don't have the time to commit to it, and it takes time.
Yeah.
Yeah. So I think, without giving away my entire strategy, so I think that basically Econoboy is going to I think Non-Fon's been using the Econoboy nieces, not niece like your niece.
I'll put it in the chat.
Okay. So I think basically what you're going to see, or what I'm going to see, is I'm going to see Econoboy used the dialogue that we see non-Fawn using so many times that, well, I don't really have a problem with people with the private ownership of business. So I'm not actual socialist where government owns the means of production. So I'm okay with private citizens owning the businesses, and I'm okay with them having some profit. But once we get to a specific level, something like 25 or 30% of profit, then the taxes go way up, because then that prevents you from taking advantage of society or whatever bullshit that they're going to pull. I think I'm going to hear some of that tomorrow. I think he's going to take it very esoteric. I've watched a bunch of his videos on this before. I think I don't think he'll do it again, but with Andrew, he used the topic of, the tactic of the Social Security Administration being such a wonderful and the best example of a social program in the United States, having worked. To which I actually don't believe it's ever worked. I don't think it ever has. I think everyone has ever paid into it has actually been ripped off. If they just invested that money, even in just any mutual fund anywhere, they would have more money at retirement. And basically, at this point, it's going to be broke. I think the clock runs out on Social Security in it really soon. It's like 2030 or something like 10. We got 10 years of Social Security left, and I think if he remains true to form, which I see no reason why he would change his arguments now, he's gonna come by with he's going to come back with the way to increase the revenue into Social Security and to help it along is that hang on.
I mean, they're just going to start means testing people for Social Security, increase the withholding.
That's
Security, and then raise the retirement age like they always do. That's the problem with these massive welfare programs. They require constant tinkering because they're not sustainable. They're not built on any kind of model where there's a profit motive to enforce efficiency, and so they're always on the verge of collapse. It's the same. I mean, if they didn't tinker with things like Medicaid and Medicare and other things like that to make it more difficult to access the actual services. I mean, just because you have, a right to coverage doesn't mean that you actually have a right to,
use it.
right to use it. Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean,
well, and I'm going to argue. I mean, I'm going to argue that I think that Social Security's actually failed. I think it's actually failed everyone that it's ever meant to help. It basically now people don't count on having it as their retirement plan, but for a lot of people, they counted on having that as their retirement plan. And so they didn't invest their money. They did not, invest in 401ks heavily. They didn't pay attention to their tax burdens. They didn't pay it, and they went on vacation every year instead of saving money. And they did all of these things. And it's like, and I would use my grandparents as an example. My grandparents retired with a retirement from the state and Social Security and a couple other small things, but they retired at 60. They didn't expect to live another 40 years. My grandmother lived to 104. My grandfather lived till he was 80 something. So 20 years. And Social Security just becomes worth less and less every year.
Good. I know several people, who I know one woman who maxed out with her back. She had a back issue, but it wasn't that bad. She was fine. Okay. She got full Social Security, but I know her back was fine because she went on to have 3 kids after getting it. And, when I got have a spinal cord injury. I don't know how many people actually even know that. And so I ended up having to try to fight for some Social Security. And when I went to the office here, there was a line of foreign students who were being given Social Security benefits just for going to college here. Whereas, like, you know, I know people who really actually need it. And, like,
I mean, overall, I think Social Security needs to be ended, right? Like, I think it's a bad idea. I think it's a bad plan. I think it was a bad plan to start with, and it failed. It's failed miserably, and all it's really done is stave off maybe, you know, the you know, poverty for some people, but not really. And I'm going to be honest. You know, I knew a kid when I was I was in high school, so I was probably like 17 or 18, 17 probably. And I knew this kid that his parents died or something, and he collected Social Security from the time he was like 17 until he was like 30 because of his parents. I'm like, why? Why is this kid getting this money?
Yeah. Yeah. And then meanwhile,
I don't understand it.
My daughter's father, he was medically discharged from the military after he picked up a parasite in Korea that ate one of his kidneys.
Yikes.
And he couldn't get Social Security. I felt really
right. Yeah, it's just very capricious and arbitrary, and that's what happens with with social programs, right? Like, social programs are generically just a bad idea. Now, he's going to probably point to, you know, that we already are socialists, and which I will grant that we, you know, our financial system, sure, it's capitalist. However, certainly there are socialist or there's social programs that we have in this country, but you can't point to an example of socialism. Our
financial systems are not capitalist, Grid. I mean, we have a market.
Wouldn't you say welfare is pretty socialist? Like,
no,
the idea of it.
It is, and it's totally abused as well. I think they.
Well, it's a social program. It's not specific. To be technically to be socialist, the government needs to own the main means of production, and they don't do that in the United States.
Yeah, it's a fascist system. It's not a socialist.
It's more of a fascist system.
Oh God! Don't give the left any more ammo.
Americans are fascists.
They are.
Yeah.
I was going to say
government,
faggist.
I mean,
faggist.
But I mean, it's just our we have social programs. We do not have socialism, right?
Yeah. Yeah. Well, welfare is not socialism. It's two totally different things. But
it's how you know what, you let that shit creep in a little bit. The next thing you know, they're going to take the whole damn. Yeah.
Yeah.
And the thing is, though, it's not like so it's a social program, but not a socialist system. But then when you start getting to where more people are utilizing these programs than actually working, I mean, it's really ridiculous. I think, I mean, New York at least started making it a lot harder to get a lot of it. But that's because they gave away so much. And then New York, I think, has been paying out the most for people who aren't supposed to be here. So
an argument can be made for Fabian, although most people aren't going to understand what that means. Silver Ogre, I get that a lot of people believe this. Owning the means of production is communism. Social programs are socialist. Kinda, not really. To be socialist, a country's government has to own the means of production, but people can own private homes. The government does not own everything, right? You can still own real estate. You can still have, you can own a car. You can own private things. In actual fucking communism, you can't do that. Like, the government owns it all. You are not, basically that's it.
So that's the way it is with our financial system, Grid, because
I mean, that's not necessarily true, right? Like, because they say we can own things, but if the government wanted to, seize our assets, they could do so. You know,
civil asset forfeiture happens all the time. Yeah, there's
exactly.
no, there's no
it's like
trial. Yeah.
we have the illusion that we own shit. Let's get that
Yeah.
right.
We
You
rent
can
our
pay to
homes
own
from
your
the
shit
government.
1 year at a time. That's what it is.
Right. And that's why Anson correctly identified as the actual system is fascism.
Yeah,
that means the
makes
government allows you to, with the perception that you own it, but at any point they want to, they can come in and take it, and that's fascism.
So the reason why I keep saying that the
It's
financial
fascism light. Technically, if the government owns the means of production and tells you to work what you're going to do there and establishes a dictatorial society, that's true fascism. However, we have like fascism light.
we have a bureaucratic fascism. It's not like the
Correct,
single
yeah.
strongman that's the head of it. It's this massive deep state that has all these different agencies that Trump's trying to dismantle, and I hope he has more luck with it than he's been having. But so the money supply though, and the financial system. So we don't have a free market because the price of money is artificial. Because the Fed sets the interest rates and the government says who the Fed is. And the Fed controls all of the money supply going to the banks because it's a cartel of banks that's controlled by the government.
Yeah, I mean, you're not wrong. I mean, I don't know that I can't make a convincing argument for that.
Yeah.
But I don't disagree with you.
Yeah. So you know, you could just like if I were, and I know you're not doing it, but if I were debating, I'd just attack it from the angle that, yeah, we're in socialism, and why are you complaining about it?
So the actual thing is that, like, and there's a lot of aspects here to attack where how we can show that socialism just doesn't really work. The idea that we don't own the land that we have and that we have to pay taxes on it, and yet certain specific groups, Native Americans, for example, do own their land and we do not collect taxes on it. Why is it across this line on a map that's imaginary? Why does that change? Why are American citizens we all pay taxes, property taxes, and why is that? You know, that's a bad thing for us.
No, it's not. That actually makes more sense than anything, Grid. Because so have you ever looked at old legislative maps of like so I've looked at the old legislative map of Alabama from like 1820, and the state was broken up into different, you know, districts just like it is now, but there were Indian nations. And they had their own land, and they weren't a part of the state, although they were inside the political boundaries of the state. They're just a different. It's a different nation, right? And so that, I mean, that's why that exists. You know, they have their own stuff. You know,
I understand that. I do. I understand that. I'm just saying that why is our government decided that we should spend that we can never actually own the land?
Yeah.
That's a problem that I have, right? Especially being in real estate. Like the idea that the government, now look, I can actually understand that if I owned a bunch of land, Anson, and you came to me and said, "Hey, I want to buy 10 acres of land from you, and I'm going to pay you out over the next, I don't know, like, oh, so he is. Welcome, Chuck.
Hey.
Sorry, I didn't see you come in.
That's all right.
So if we were to, if the government was to say, hey, or pardon me, if I was to say, Anson, I'm going to sell you 10 acres. You have to pay me back over however many years. You pay me back. And then I'm like, okay, Anson, you almost got me paid back, but you didn't pay me this tax. I'm going to take the land back. You'd be pissed. But that's kind of what the government does to us every single day. And I just, you know, now I could see privately, you know, saying, hey, I'm not actually going to sell you this land. I'm going to sell you what the fuck ever. I'm going to sell you the right to use the land for, you know, 20 years. But at the end of it, you have to pay me a tax to continue to use the land. I could see that. But yeah. I mean, it's an interesting dichotomy, and I don't know why I'm digressing down that path. I don't think I have a heart. I mean, the problem is the minute he admits it that we don't have true socialism here, and then all I got to do is just back him into a couple of corners, which is easy on the bad effects of socialism, which are many. All he can do then is flail about and talk about how his socialist, he's not really socialist, and this is not but unfortunately that is the prompt. The prompt is not socialism light, it is socialism.
Yeah, and that's super easy to defeat with that argument I initially gave you and put a link to because I mean you can't set prices in socialism, and therefore it is a null system because you'd have to have people making up prices, and prices are not made that way. The value of money is subjective, right? And the value of the exchange of goods is subjective. And if he's a good moral relativist, which I'm assuming he is since he's a commie, then he'll agree that everything is subjective. And all you have to do is get him to agree, yeah, the price of exchanges are subjective too. And then you got him backed into a corner because you can't know what's inside of someone else's mind. And that's what a socialist presupposes, that they can create a government system that knows what the exchange of good prices are in other people's minds. And it's just not possible. It's a social construction. You can't guess.
Yeah.
If he's for that Skittles nonsense where people can make up their own gender, you can't presuppose what someone's gender is unless you ask them what it is. And it's the same thing with money and the value of things.
That's true. I like that, actually. Mr. Mister says, we are not fascists. We are a nation of sovereign states. I wish we acted like that more, right? Like, one of the coolest things ever was very specific states. Tennessee is one. Texas is another. That said, hey, we are not helping the ATF enforce any of these stupid-ass gun laws. We're just not going to do it anymore. Fuck those guys. If you want our help, tough. Right? And that's pretty fucking cool. And they're doing it on other things. I picked gun laws just because I like those. But we're just like, yeah, you know what? You federalists, come on in. But you're going to have to take care of it yourself.
Well,
immigration.
My stupid property, I bought 5 years ago. I'm in the middle of bumfuck Egypt here, and the value was $295,000. This year it went up to $725,000.
Wait, what?
And I started doing a little investigating. The city just bought up a big chunk of land next to me. I mean, huge. Well, it turns out, you ever heard of a thing called Blue Oval City? Ford?
Yeah.
They want to build a plant here.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
And I went in and tried to fight the damn thing, but I didn't stand a chance.
Yeah.
They said I made too much money, even being on disability, to even ask for a reduction.
Don't you love that? Don't you freaking love that, man?
Yep.
Mine didn't jump that bad, but mine went from oh my god, I just looked at it, and it went from like it was like $100K last year to now it's like 130.
Well, see, that's why I left Illinois, because property taxes. I had a 900 square foot house right across the river from St. Louis, Missouri, in the ghetto. 900 square feet, and it had got up to $3,500 a year of property taxes.
Jeez.
Yeah. And I said, screw that. I come down here, and 5 years ago when I moved in, I was paying $495 a year, $495. I'm up to like $1,200 last year. I don't know what it's going to be this coming year.
Wow. Yeah,
I
y'all
had to
got.
file for exemption on that because I'm like, dude, based on what I get in Social Security, like I can't even do the. Last year it was about 1,500 for school and property put together
Wait, what?
for my property taxes.
No. What school thing? What's that?
School taxes. We have to pay
The fu-
school taxes here.
The fuck?
Yeah.
Are
Yeah.
aren't they
However,
aren't
all kids get all kids.
Man,
get
New York just keeps getting gayer and gayer. I actually, so interestingly enough,
Wait, other states don't pay school taxes.
it's part of my
yeah
property taxes.
yeah it's part of property taxes.
Yeah. See, ours here in New York, they're like separate, but the same place collects them both.
Mhm.
Yeah. So I paid I on the house I live in, which I bought for $415, I think, and I think today it's worth about $8. It's doubled in value basically.
Yep.
Mine's almost tripled
I
for no reason.
think that I think I paid $1,800 for the year.
Are you kidding me?
No.
I have just about 1 acre. Okay, 3-bedroom house. It's not that nothing freaking.
Yeah, I'm on a quarter of an acre.
spectacular.
Yeah.
My mom bought this place for 50 grand because it was in such bad shape. Good God.
I got 7 acres.
And it for
Yeah.
year for property and school combined.
I
wild.
so when I was in California, I had a house I paid 600 and something thousand for. My property tax per month was, I want to say, is $1,100 a month.
Oh,
Maybe.
good Lord.
Ask Glenn. Glenn will tell you.
Wow.
It's crazy over there. Yeah, Alabama's awesome. I don't know what's wrong with y'all. Y'all need to move to Alabama. I just bought a house that was $210,000, pretty cheap, and yearly property taxes are $700.
Yeah.
Yearly? Go fuck
Yeah.
yourself.
Glenn, have you ever been to
Glenn owns a
Alabama?
house in LA, which it sounds like he's in LA County even.
Yeah, I'm
And
still in LA County.
Yeah, so if he's in LA County, I promise you his monthly, just guessing, he's probably paying $1,200 to $1,300 a month in property tax.
Don't move to Alabama.
Close. Like it's about like 1150.
1150.
Yeah, 1150.
And how many square feet?
I don't even have an acre, okay? Don't even have an acre.
Yeah.
Yeah. What size is a house? How many square feet is a house?
1,100.
Yeah.
Oh,
little craftsman
crap.
house.
It's
I guaranteed
small.
it. I knew
It's
it when he
tiny.
told me. I mean, I don't know where he lives, but I have an idea where he lives.
You
And
know
there's
the
a bunch of-
general area of where I live. 'Cause
Yeah,
we talked
there's
about
like
it
a bunch
before.
of craftsman houses and I bet that house was built like 58 probably.
Oh yeah, it's old. It's old as shit.
Yeah.
Got good bones though.
Chuck, let me tell you, brother, in 2013, probably 2014, maybe, I looked at this like 1,100 square foot house outside of San Francisco. It was outside of Hayward. Even it was, I forget exactly which little community it was in. It was in a windy ass road to get to it. It was not easy or convenient to get to at all. Is on a fucking hillside. It was the cheapest house on the block at $1.8 million.
Oh, good night, Irene.
Yeah. And it was like 1,100 square feet. It did not have a second bathroom. It barely had 2 bedrooms. Like we were going to have to we were going to have to remodel it. We're going to spend another couple $100,000 just to make it like livable for a family.
That's wild.
Yeah. 1.8 is what I think it was.
I know I looked at a house down there on Disney property in Florida. It's built right in the middle of the park or the complex of Disney. The cheapest house was like $4.8 million. A little beyond my budget.
Yep. Sarah, we were talking. I don't know if Sarah's still in the chat. We were talking about how Ryan got all pissy after I left the other night. Apparently, I have been told that he cried a lot out loud about.
Are you talking about Radical Coder?
Yeah.
Whatever.
Radical Coder.
Oh, well, yeah. He's got too much estrogen.
Yeah, that dude. He gets in his feelies during debates. That you can derail that guy like you're debating a woman when you debate him. He's super.
Oh, shots fired! Right there, Beth. Beth is in the zone. I didn't think I don't know why he's pissed at me.
He's mad at you. That's weird.
He apparently said some very unpleasant things about me after.
Did you say something bad about Mel? Is that what happened?
Yeah, probably.
I don't know. I'm just
Melanie's his buddy.
I'm an equal opportunity offender, so
Oh my.
How are you, Sarah? How's your day? How's your evening?
Busy as always, never ending. You actually caught me. I was getting ready to fold some clothes and finish up some laundry before I go to bed. So I saw your little invite and I figured, you'll keep me up while I do some laundry like a good girl.
Well, we've got Beth over there sewing, and then we got Sarah doing laundry. What a trad podcast I am. Look at me. Look at me. I'm an example to you all.
Sarah, you remember the ball washing comment that me and you made to a certain individual?
With old Joe.
He's still burning about that.
Bro needs to get over that.
I'm telling you.
That's not exactly something I'd want to hang on to. That'll bury a hole deep into your pit of your heart, and then you'll carry that forever. And
I didn't think Canadians were that sensitive.
So no, I think he just took some piece of that evening too personal.
Yeah, he took it
because
personal.
he started making personal attacks at me, and I think that the fact that he did made the personal attacks as a response is what cued me in that he took it personally, and I have no time or care for that kind of shit. Like, this is the internet. If I took every comment every person made to me personal,
Lord.
I mean, I just got done on X arguing some tards on my page, dropping stuff about Misfit Patriot, did you know he's this and did that and blah blah blah, and you're hosting him, and I'm like, nobody gives it. I just literally over the last 2 hours been going back and forth every so often, dealing with their stupidity, and I mean, that's just, you just can't take it personal. It's the internet. I don't understand how people can't get that. I mean, I'm not gonna lie, my first time paneling and stuff, I had to really learn how to kind of put that barrier in front of me, and it's not easy to learn how to do that, but I had some doozies. I'm not gonna lie. I took a lot of.
You've really gotten good at it, though, Sarah. I mean, you're an excellent bitch when you need to be.
Yes, sir, I am. Fuck everyone.
I would loan you some of my don't give a fuck, but it only comes in man sized.
Yeah. I'm just too.
You're very petite.
Yeah, I know. I loved going to Debaticon and then being next to everyone and having to look up at everyone. It was quite comical, actually.
Well, did you say you were 5'4"?
I'm 5'2".
Oh, 5'2", 2 inches shorter than my wife.
Yeah, I'm a little person.
They call that a sit and spin model.
Yes, I get that one a lot.
So did Sarah? Did Ryan really was he really upset after I left the other night?
I don't know. I don't know what's going on with Ryan. I'm wondering if he's egging into the debate space back again, because I mean, he used to be pretty well controlled and I mean, still energetic, right? Very energetic and passionate about his topics, but I don't remember him ever taking things so Like, I don't remember him really getting like that upset. I mean, he was a little upset kind of in the back chat a little even, and that's a little out of character for Ryan. So I'm wondering if he's like acclimating back to the internet space. And as I just explained, it takes a while to kind of not take it personal, you know. So I don't think anything bad, you know. I think he's just acclimating back in, and it's not exactly the easiest thing to get into.
Yeah, 10th man hasn't held up well on his return.
Yeah,
I think
10th man dropped some doozies on my panel the other night. I
Yeah,
had to
he
boot
did.
him.
He was
oh
kind
he
of
was
crashing out the other night.
he was
Yeah.
madder than a wet hen on your show.
That was
Hmm.
crazy.
Yeah. That and you know, of all the people, I expect my regulars who know and understand the drill, like not to do stuff like that because that could potentially hurt me, you know.
Well,
So
he
Did
told
he?
me he had to go back and watch it because he got so mad he couldn't even remember what he said. So he went
uh,
back and watched it. I like, dude, you need a vacation.
yeah. Yeah, I will
You know,
say
that's why
people.
I don't
Oh, go ahead.
stream several days a week,
Yep.
because if you do this like every fucking day, it is really toxic.
Yes,
Like
it is.
really, really toxic. And of course you know, I'd love to say that, you know, I could take it or whatever, but I would probably get pretty fucking sour if I was on here every day, 8 hours a day. Like some of these, I can't believe how long some of these people are online every
Oh,
day.
that's a
Hmm.
fact.
Well, yeah, those who are chronically online, you can almost pinpoint them because of antics like that. But also those who take this space personally, like they think it's their home, right? And I don't blame them for that.
Hmm.
You know, like people who are regular panelists on, you know, anybody's show, it that they claim it as their home. So they start getting more comfortable until that crash out. And once they have the crash out, then they have to go reassess and reevaluate themselves, take their little breaks, and then they come back and they're refreshed again. But they start to get comfortable and cozy, and that's when you see the things of them kind of testing their grounding and doing stupid stuff that.
Well, I haven't gone back to watch it, but what I was told was that Ryan was super pissed about me buying up the panel just to ask one question and have a back and forth with Pisco and you know, a bunch of other stuff. And I was like, well, I mean, he was on panel with me at one
Yeah.
point. He could have, if he wanted to start shit, he could have started shit then.
Hmm.
Um,
Yeah, and that was my mistake for bringing him back up. I forgot about the double
oh, that's
time
no
for
problem. I
Ryan.
didn't care. I mean,
Yeah. But I mean, you know, some people like to call me a sellout for doing that, but it's a people run show. Like the chat always wins. The chat says
Well,
something.
here lately, Ryan's been getting a lot of backstage time bought against him too.
Yeah, I mean, but everyone gets like,
They're,
you know, it's
they're
kind
turning
of.
the barrel. Yep.
Yeah, I mean, Mel was getting it for a long time. Duck was getting it for a long time. Everybody just kind of runs through, and then finally people move on to the next like victim, I guess you could say. But I mean, it's part
Target.
of the
Yep.
show. I remember the first time somebody's, you know, when I first started live streaming, somebody's like, "Can I pay to boot them to the back?" And I was like, "Huh, yeah, that sounds like a fair game. Let's go." And it just kind of started naturally from there. Now like that's my panel. That's how I run it. If you don't like it, you don't like, you know, either come with money and people who want to buy you back up, or friends or peers who are supportive of you, or, you know, wait until you get to be another feature again where you can't get booted, or don't come. I mean, that's just how the panels run. You know, you either like it or you don't. But you know, complaining about it's not going to get you anywhere. It's not going to save you.
That's a
yeah.
fact.
I don't know. I just I think I see. I gotta be honest with you, Sarah. I don't have anything against Ryan. It's just he talks so much that I just like. It's the same thing with the Furby, right? Like
Hmm.
I don't want to. If I'm going to be up there on panel, I want like everyone to talk.
Hmm.
And those two talk so much that you can't have a conversation. And so,
Yeah. Oh, go ahead.
so why not? And also, I don't mind buying the whole panel out. You know,
Yeah, it's not
you know,
like
I
it was for
call
an
it
hour or anything. It was a short time frame. I mean, I think it
yeah,
was,
I call it
and
only
quite
COA.
honestly,
like 10 minutes or so.
quite honestly, Grid, I was already not having that great of a night, and you actually made me happy doing that. So like, I'm not complaining.
Well, it
Like,
gave you a break. Yeah.
yeah,
Well, I
like,
wanted to go back and forth with Pisco. I wanted to lean on him. I've leaned
mhm,
on Wick, and I know I can make Wick kind of spurg out a little bit, but I had not even interacted with it at all with Pisco.
mhm,
And so I was like, I want to and I actually wanted to have a conversation. And what my experience has been, if Ryan or the Furby specifically are on the panel and anyone asks someone else a question, literally those two will take over.
mhm.
And it's just like nobody else is going to get a word in edgewise.
I call
Yeah.
it COA disease, center of attention.
Yeah, the internet's really bad about drawing people who want attention. And I mean, I've been guilty of that before because of the way that I do chat stuff where I make jokes and stuff like that. I mean, I kind of enjoy people, laughing at shit that I say. And then when I get on panels, it's like I'm a different person. But like I realize that the parasocial relationships are not actually like real relationships. They can be converted into real relationships, but like on a panel, like Sarah, I don't consider you anything other than like a pixel on a screen,
Mhm.
but there's some people who get like who think it's real. And
Yeah.
I don't understand that.
Yeah, and that's part of that barrier that I was talking about earlier. You can't, because people come and go off the internet, all day, right? And you're going to connect and network and, panel like Beth, right? I think I could
Yeah.
see this, kind of see the screen. Sorry, I'm using my phone.
We
Like
call her
Beth.
Betsy.
Well, I've never met her, right? But like she could just leave the internet tomorrow and I never see her again. So when you create a personal and work barrier between the two, if you treat it like you would treat it a job, like you don't shit where you eat, right? So at work, you obviously interact in a way where you don't, if your boss yells at you for something, you can't take it personal. If your coworker's a
Exactly.
total bitch, like whatever, you just don't take it. It's like it's work. Get over it.
And the
You
same thing,
know
you don't bring your life to work with you as well. So if you're
exactly.
having a
Oh
bad day,
yeah.
you gotta check it at the door.
Exactly.
And
So
by the
if
way, it's nice to meet you, Sarah. I actually have
as
watched your
well.
stream. I'm with the Crucible and all that.
Oh, fun. Well,
Very
nice to
kind to
meet
rope
you as
me in.
well. See, I like this part. I like being able to meet new people, but when you attach yourself to people, anything more than just, hey, I met them on a panel, I enjoy talking to them. Like this is where like all of the, DMs, Discord servers, spending time in, talking to people off screen, stuff like that. That's where I draw my line. Very, very, very dark. Because
Now, is that because of experience where you've been
that's
burned?
yeah, that, but also it's kind of like, well, do I want my interactions with people to be personable or do I want them to be professional? Now, not to say I can't be nice, right?
Yeah.
I can still be me and be civil. Hey, how's your day? Here's what I'm looking for, XYZ. But I think my interactions, I'm pretty sometimes people ask me random questions like, tell me about your dogs or something, and I'm happy to like throw a few things out there here and there, but like I'm not going to go back and forth on DMs all day long with someone talking about the weather, or this is my personal life and it's so great or whatever. Like I just because when once you offer that information up or you get into that part of things, then people will take that like parasocial relationship standpoint and they'll think that they have something more with you than anybody else. So then they amp up how they feel towards you and then they attach to you. And then
All of a
Like,
sudden, you owe them something.
and then you exactly. So by maintaining that like arm's length with people, especially as a content creator and especially for panelists and stuff. I mean, I know you guys are way more interlocked behind the scenes than more content creators are. But I would even like ask you to heed that warning too, because these are still people you interact with daily, and be mindful that they can come and go just like that, or they can pull a heel turn on you, and then all of those things you tell them personally, guess what? That's when people are like, I'm releasing the DMs, I'm releasing
Yep.
this.
Yep. I had
I've
that
got
happen to me the other
receipts.
night. Didn't
Yep.
Or
appreciate it.
just don't say shit you ain't worried about saying publicly.
Well, it's not
Yeah.
even that. It's a lot of stuff I know gets taken out of context. But even at that, like, if you don't create personal, close relationships with people like that, then they have nothing to, like, they don't attach to you in a way where they could suddenly hate you tomorrow, right?
Yep.
Like you are the content creator, they look up to you on the show, right? And you're in that place. But when you interlock in a closer mannerism, like that's when you're almost asking for them to develop a higher relationship standing.
Well,
And
that's one
that's
of the things I told Flo when I started donating to him. I told him, I said, don't treat me no different than anybody else. Because I don't want that baggage to have to carry around, you know?
Yeah.
Yeah. A couple of things. I just modded up a few people because I was told that I need more mods, and I have some people who come in here all the time. They seem to really pay attention to chat, so I modded them up. I actually considered modding Jessica B up if it's the same one that from the Crucible, but I didn't know if she is from the Crucible. Then I didn't know if she had time to be a mod over here as well, so I didn't want to throw somebody a wrench and then not be able to really use it very much. And also, I thought I was going to have a guest tonight. I thought I was going to have Millennial Mike here to teach me how to trade in real estate. But I haven't heard a word from Millennial Mike, Sarah. I was hoping that you would hook that up.
Did you reach out to him?
I don't have any way of reaching out to him.
Oh, I thought I sent you his Instagram. Did I? I
You
know. I
you
think
asked me for my Instagram.
I'm pretty sure I sent him. That might be my fault. I can't check my messages right now since I'm on,
That's
but
okay.
I
Well,
could have.
I'll look.
I thought I sent him yours.
Yeah, I sent you my Instagram.
Yeah, I thought I did it right that night, but he's also been tied up talking about other things like for his other buddy that I'm bringing on, so it might have gotten mixed
Yeah,
in
that's fine.
there. Yeah, but I will, if
Yeah.
you message me later or tomorrow or even just right now, and just that way that notification's sitting there, I will go and double check.
Mm-hmm.
But it could very well be my fault, and if so, I do apologize in advance.
That's no worries. I was
So-
just like, well, I wonder if he just didn't want to come on here, which
So-
would be hurt my feelings.
Grid, I got a question. Why didn't
Yeah.
you give Kissy Cat a wrench? I mean, she of all people deserves a wrench, Grid. I mean, she's sweet as.
I don't think she wants one, and
Danger.
I'm not a simp. Okay, I don't mod people just because I want them to like me or anything like that. I just, I look around and say the people that are here. That is the Jessica B from Crucible. She's a badass mod. I will mod her up probably if she has time. Because Crucible's really busy. No, I don't mod people just to mod them. It's you get a wrench if you can do work. So
she's educated, Grid.
Yeah.
She's a hard working farm girl. Haven't you heard her life story? She
I have
raises.
heard. I really like Kissy Cat. She is. I consider her as close to an online friend as one can have, and so I think she's going through some things right now anyway. So I don't want to give her any more stress. So
yeah,
You better watch that, Wicked Wally. Don't get me confused with Sasquatch. He gets upset. He's sensitive.
He is sensitive.
Duck, I am going for another 30 minutes. I quit at 11 o'clock, mainly because I got to get up tomorrow morning.
Nice. How's the Saturday night show going?
It's been
Like you're getting
good.
panels over there.
Yeah, I need to. I need to make some small tactical changes, but as far as this week's show was amazing. I'm going to tell you,
Fun.
last week's show was great. It moved quick. It did everything I wanted to do.
Nice.
It moved quick. We had people that were, people were super happy to participate. We a leftist won.
Wow.
Shockingly.
It won't happen again. Don't worry.
He was a and to be honest, he was the so one of the things we do, Sarah, I don't know if you've watched any of it, but so they do the 5 minute, so they get a minute each to make their position, right?
Mhm.
Then they make their arguments. They get 5 minutes to argue back and forth, and then the judges judge. And after they're judged, both debaters get feedback from the judges and their peers. So the one thing that Shenandoah, whatever fuck.
Yep.
The one thing he did is every time he got feedback, the very next time he went up, he did exactly he made the exact change that needed to be made. Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah,
And like, it was like in real time, watching it in real time. Yeah.
I want a rematch this weekend.
I don't know if he's going to be here this weekend, but he was like super happy about everything.
That's awesome. So it's almost like a little debate mini school.
It is like a debate, debate class, but it's very, I don't know. I really am enjoying it. Now, there are some downsides and people get bored. Like Flo got bored. He won a debate and then he got bored and left because
Flo gets bored at everything.
You don't, unlike a regular panel where we're all sitting up here jabbering, literally you're only on screen when you're debating and in between rounds. Other than that, you're in the back.
Oh, well, I mean, to be quite honest, I have people because I have those extra 5 seats backstage.
Yeah.
And there will be people that will sit back there for 2 hours waiting for the next in line.
That's crazy.
Yeah, and it's on like a really hot topic. It'll be full all night.
Yeah.
And and it's only at the whim of people getting booted off or leaving that the next person gets brought up. But hey, first 10 on, and that's why I offer the members only on the first tidbit just to give them an opportunity. But yeah, and eventually you'll end up like that to where if somebody does feel the need to leave, well, like you got 5 more back there or something.
Yeah.
So
We had we had a pretty full house. We had one leftist spurg out. We've only had really one good spurg. And he was mad that he lost. Like he could
Was
not.
that Steel Man?
And it was not Steel Man.
Oh.
It was actually it's the Alex or Adam or whatever fuck his name is.
Project.
Alex Curse Project, yeah.
Yeah.
And I've made him rage quit like 4 times.
Damn.
I once made him rage quit in 2 sentences.
I'm surprised because he's normally pretty chill over on my. Well, no, I take that back. Never mind.
Is that heavy set dude?
No, he's pretty like a reasonably shaped guy. Alex is pretty chill.
He's very militaristic, but he's he was a sore loser. He just couldn't believe that he lost, and he wanted to argue, which that's interesting. But the guy that invited him, who's one of my judges, the guy that invited him kicked him out of his Discord, blocked him on Discord.
Holy
like
crap.
everything. Like
Wow.
he's like that is totally unacceptable. I invited this guy over on a panel where I'm trying to be a judge here and be impartial, and he acts like that.
Oh,
No.
wow.
And he literally burned the whole thing to the
Oh,
ground.
that's like that
Wow.
one night on Sarah. She teamed up Flo and somebody else. And Flo's partner, halfway through the debate, got so upset and
Oh, you're
rage
talking
quit.
about Godless Engineer. Well, I will say,
Yes.
Godless Engineer, he at least waited until closing statements, but he
Oh,
didn't
did he
even
wait
stick
that long?
around. Yeah, he didn't even stick around for the super chats. He was like, I'm out, and rolled. I think it was at least fair enough that he made it through the debate. You know what I
Oh,
mean?
I thought he cut out before the end.
No, he made it right at the very, very end.
Yeah.
So
My bad, then.
So Sarah, how would I go about getting on a debate like a one of those feature debates you have? Because you've had all kinds of people on there. Not once have I considered doing it, but I'm kind of interested, like how that process works.
$300.
No. Send me a topic, like a prompt
Oh, he's got
that
lots of
you
those.
yeah, send me a prompt and let me know what your stance is, and then I'll build the panel around you. I'll find the other three.
That sounds like fun. So it
Yeah,
starts with
you've been on the panel long enough. You've earned your place. I mean, a lot of people come in and they're like, they've never even been on my show before, and like, hey, I've debated a couple times, and I want to be on one of your panels. And those people, I'm like, nah, go hit the open panel, bro. Like, I
That'd be
don't
like
know
having
you.
Rocky for a partner.
Oh
I'd
goodness.
quit. I'd quit right off the bat.
I got to be
Um,
honest. My last, so the first time with the drunk chick and the druggie, with when it was Flo and I against the two substance abusers.
Nina
Nina, yes, thank you,
and Ghosty.
Nina, or however you say that, and
Oh.
Ghosty, the
Mhm.
two substance abusers. That was not fun. It was entertaining on a lot of levels. It was hilarious, but it wasn't as fun. But the last one with Pentuple and myself against the two dudes, that
That
was
was a
pretty
good
solid.
debate.
That
That
was
was a
pretty
really good
solid.
debate. Yeah, absolutely.
Well,
So
hell, you ran off the guest that one night you were interviewing. Who was it? Earl. I killed Earl. My
I
God, you
Oh,
ran her off in a heartbeat.
she rage quit here too.
yeah.
Oh,
I don't know what her deal
Anson will
is.
tell you. He streamed from her studio last week because they're just platonic
what?
friends.
Ah,
Hmm.
interesting.
yeah,
Oh.
I mean, we just we just happen to know each other. That's all. It's not.
I don't think
Uh-huh.
she's his friend
Uh-huh.
anymore after what I did on his show on Monday. I think she's pretty mad at everybody.
No, they're still talking. She's got to have a lot of cope. She's got so much cope
Yeah,
to
I
share.
don't know her deal because when I first like when I first saw her over on Matters Now, I randomly like rated Matters Now one night and went and said hi to them. I'd been on their show, I think, like once before. But I found her and I was like, oh, she's a spitfire, right? She was up there talking all sorts of smack, and I'm like, I like her, so I emailed her and said, I'd love to have you on. So I brought her on for a Throwdown Thursday, and then like suddenly she became a totally different person. Like she'll talk all the game until somebody pushes back, and then suddenly, well, I have a headache. Well, you're making me uncomfortable. Well, and I'm not knocking her for it. It is what it is. But then she asked for the debate with Fatty, and I was like, yeah, let's do it. And then that happened, and that was a whole mess. And I felt bad for her because I was like, Fatty probably should stay out of her personal realm and try not to make it anecdotally about her. But she kept being agreeable to the conversation being about her, but then said I'm uncomfortable, but then was still talking about herself personally. And so I was like, this is so confusing. And
Well,
so, yeah.
on Gridge, the dog
Yep.
had to pee.
What's that?
I said
What?
when she was on your show, the dog had to go pee.
Oh yeah. Oh, it was the softest rage quit I've ever seen in my life.
Oh,
And
she didn't even say anything.
you know
for me.
why she quit? She quit because I wouldn't. She in her opinion, I should have banned Cam for saying some. And I'm gonna be honest. You know, it wasn't flattering stuff that Cam said. But I went back and looked, and they were like, "Well, it's TOS." I was like, "It's not TOS. I mean, it's bad taste, but it's not TOS." And just all this, I don't know. It was, and it's like, well, if you not can't control your people, I'm not comfortable here, or whatever. Like, it's the fucking internet. You're in your living room. How can you not be comfortable?
Well, not only that, like she talks a lot of smack in my chat all the
Oh
time.
yeah, oh yeah.
So
She's
like,
always
if you can dish it, then you gotta be. That's why I say you have to like create that barrier and just like the personal, feelings about stuff. You just gotta forget that you have them.
yeah.
I mean, it hurts. It hurts to have to do that, but you really do. You have to create that space between you and the internet.
The one thing I will say is that somebody needs to talk to Fatty about being able to actually debate and not just yell at people.
Yeah, for real. That dude's horrible.
Are you talking about Team Fatty?
Yeah, Team Fatty.
Yeah, Team
Okay.
Fatty. Yeah.
Well, I think there's a very, stark difference between, like, for instance, his channel and our channels. Like, I mean, I know I'm still in the rowdy realm, but we still, I don't know.
You're in
I
the
feel,
reality realm. He's in the
I think there's
not
still
reality.
a more sense of controlled chaos, and even when people start doing their feelings on screen, they're pretty quick to get knocked down by logic very
Mm.
quickly. And that's the one thing I noticed about his panels is they're like everything is just however I like that one night, Grid, I think you were in my chat. That they were like I asked the guy if his whole thought process on like, well, men cheat because they want to cheat and you should let them cheat.
Yeah.
And I was like, well, what is this based off of, and he was like, oh, you don't come at me with Christian ethics, and I'm like, that's not
Right.
what I said at all, like literally at all. And it's stuff like that where they can't even follow the question that's being asked. Like there was just no logic based in anything that was being said. It was like, well, this like women are this and women are that. Okay, but why?
Well, I
Right?
mean, but like I watched Fatty debate Second Amendment with Jake Var, VOPod.
Oh yeah.
And
That was hideous.
that was so bad faith. The judges were, I mean, it was just ridiculous. And Jake actually won that debate. Like there's no impartial person that couldn't say that Fatty never even made an argument. So how the fuck can you win? When the other person is making arguments, right? Like,
right.
If you're just screaming at the person, that doesn't work anymore, right? Like, okay, maybe on TikTok you can get away with that shit. Maybe, whatever.
Right. If you want the optical win, maybe it might help. But if you're just screaming stupid
Yeah.
stuff, you know.
Was that the one when he banned Jake completely?
No, that was the one recently where he kept doing the N-word thing.
Yeah, that was the one. That was a mess. That one was a
Yeah, I think I watched about half of that, and I was
I haven't watched any
actually
of that one.
well, I was actually disappointed with Jake because he was like got assholishness about it and just kept saying the word and using his little censor button. And it was like that's childish. If it, I get it. I get the point. but it was childish, and I think that going into that arena and specifically doing that to trigger people, like it just
Yeah,
I lost respect
he,
for Jake on that one.
he gave up trying to make a point.
Yeah,
Mm.
yeah. But I mean, I remember I modded on Fatty's panel, and it was like a group of ladies debating, and it was like the women's, like talking about like girl code kind of stuff. And I'm like, all right, I'm kind of almost ready to hear this out, and they were making like, they were talking about, well, remember that one time you did this and you did that, and then she talked to her, and then and I'm like, this is anecdotal, like. And I at one point I called it out. I'm like, look, like I've got some questions here. And I started like kind of inquiring, like, at what point are you actually going to give me some reason, except for just some, experience you had with this one girl? Like, this doesn't make any sense to me. As I understand the claim, I get it, and I'd like to hear something that actually supports it besides just, you know, your one experience with a person.
Yeah.
And they ended up, somebody actually paid to boot me, because, and you can
I
boot the
think I
mods
saw
there.
that. I think I
Yeah,
saw that.
you can boot the mods there. And I'm like, that's fine, whatever. But with that, like, that was my point, was you
I
bring up
remember you kept
logic.
asking, and they kept treating you like you shouldn't even be talking.
um oh, yeah. Every time because the mods can ask questions, but yeah, like, as soon as you bring up logic, like I need something a little bit more than just your feelings on this. They like go nuts over there. I'm like, but well, this is just how I feel. And but okay, well then that's not a fucking, it's not a debate. We
Yeah.
could yell about how we feel all day long.
Well, it's a leftist debate because that's how
Well,
leftists think.
Yeah.
They think with their feelings.
I mean, I guess the thing about, and I'm not trying to pick on Fatty here specifically, but there seems to be, and maybe in like last year's culture of debate, where you were able to just yell over people and say things, and that would get you the win. And I think I think Jake's still a little hurt by, the debate, the Second Amendment debate that he had with Fatty. And then Fatty had almost the same debate with Rob Noor, and Rob Noor was so annoyed with Fatty that he was like, I'm just gonna fucking leave. Like, this is dumb. And I think that hurt. Uh, I think that kind of like set the stage there a little bit. I don't know. I mean, and I'm not trying to pick on Fatty. It's just, I don't think I don't know. I think his debate style, a lot of people have gone past that. If that makes any sense, right?
Yeah, there's a difference like, that's why I make the difference between open panel and actually like a set panel, right? That's why there's a video cutting in between them, because there's the shit show and then there's the actual debate. And I think that with Fatty, I think his community has got so used to just paneling, and the structure is just, the structure is set in such a way to help mitigate that, but that's just what they're used to, like on his show. And
Right.
I think he's trying really hard to merge, but there's like, I think it's his panelists, that are still stuck in that like open panel crazy talk discussion, that are holding him back, and I think that's the issue. So yeah.
I think it's an interesting thing. Anyway, that's actually one of the reasons why I started the debate show that I did, is because I like verbal combat, right? Like, I enjoyed going over there. I had fun doing it. My issues were that it takes too damn long, and it's just this, like, it's literally like a bunch of guys drinking beer, spending all fucking night, and then just randomly playing games of darts in between, right? Like that's my impression. And there's nothing wrong with that. But I wanted something a little more with a little more movement. I wanted actual like, you needed to be able to actually debate something, even though it's still a 5-minute blood sport debate. You still have to be able to do it. Anson counts fallacies, and one of the judges last, which one was it? Wasn't
Average debate enjoyer.
Yeah, it wasn't Tyler.
Ticky tack.
Ticky tack. Yeah, ticky tack was counting the fallacies as well, and and it's really, I mean, it's getting it's tough to do, right? Like it's very interesting. Boulay, we have been wondering where you were, sir. We're gonna get the TTS now.
Mr. Boulay in the Department of Numismatics donated $20.
Yeah, I do like that
Super chat.
concept.
I stepped
right?
away
Because
for a few weeks,
you're
and look
setting
what
them
happens.
up to kind
Where's
of
the
learn.
grift?
Oh,
Grift the
sorry.
grid, folks, and wash away feminism
talking
funk
over
with
you?
tactical soap today.
Okay. Yeah. No, it's a really great format. I don't know. I mean, you're gonna have to come over and check it out some night before you go.
Yeah, I
you go.
like that because it's like teaching them along the way too. So
Mhm.
especially if you're new to the debate space and you want to like get better, that sounds like a great like live feedback concept, to do that.
Yeah. I mean, it's working out really well. I need to figure out a little better how to make it like more. Right now, there's some different things that need to be worked out as far as the way the donos work and some of the pricings and things like that. But it's kind of just there's an interesting dichotomy there that has to be dealt with. I'm going to I'll probably have to have a meeting with my advisor group, maybe tomorrow night after I wreck Econoboy.
Isn't it switching to Friday nights, you said?
Well, and we were discussing that. I was going to do it this week, but then I realized that basically I would do it on Friday night this week and next week, and then I'd be gone for a week. So I don't like, I like continuity. I like people to be able to get used to something. And right now everybody's used to it being on Saturday night. So I'm just going to stick it there. And then when I go out of town, that'll be the reset, right? When I come back, we'll start doing it on Friday nights. I have to start doing it on Friday nights because I shoot and most of the matches are on Sunday, and it's tough to go to bed at 2:00 in the morning and get back up at 5 and go shoot a bunch of stuff and
No,
run
I'm
around.
sure.
And
I'm sure.
I mean, I can do it, but I'd like to win. So,
Yeah, no, I know that feeling. It's definitely hard when you got a early morning turnaround the next day.
Yeah. But I really like the show. I think it's really good. It's turned out way better than I thought it would.
Good. Good.
Anson's a judge, and he will. I mean, he's tough but fair. And when he makes a mistake, he'll correct it like the next within the next contestant or three. He's going to figure it out.
Nice.
And it's not a popularity contest. Like I said, we had a leftist, and I personally thought his arguments were not that great, but the judges found that there were good arguments, and he won. So
good.
Yeah, I totally disagreed with all of his positions and entire worldview because he's a commie. But he was he
he's a reformed commie. Come on.
Well, I mean, whatever. But if you believe in the government doing stuff for you, you're a commie. But but he was brilliant. Like, I was shocked. I don't believe for 1 second that he was new at that. Right?
You're not backstage. I don't know what you're talking about. You're not backstage, Duck.
He's the first one who's matched my energy when I started. So I'm like,
yeah. Yeah, you've got good energy. You're like a little like pit bull in the debates, Beth. And that's what Grib was telling you. You need to take a step back and manage your tone instead of going, all wild with it. You got to
I listened.
control your emotions, woman.
Yeah, it's not
Is
TikTok.
it like one topic for the night?
Each time they pick
No, it's a different topic, and they're
each debate is a different
yeah,
topic.
yeah,
Ah.
and we basically basically it gets kind of weird because the how to put this we have had so Anson has this brilliant thing that I instituted this week that absolutely wrecked Beth.
Wait, no, I won both times.
You did win it, but it wrecked you. Just be honest.
No way.
What happens is that let's say that you pick a topic that you are comfortable with, like, I don't know, feminism or anti-feminism.
Mm-hmm.
And you are all prepared to debate your typical feminist argument. Anson's one of the things you can do is one of the chat can pay $20 and you have to take the opposite position.
Oh,
He did it at the last second. We were just about to go, but
I know it was great timing too. It's hilarious.
I like that.
So if if typically you are a raging anti-feminist, you have to justify why feminist is good.
Yep. I had to justify why women can withhold sex in marriage against somebody who I've been arguing with for 2 weeks about it.
Yeah. And they went back and forth.
Still got her. She gave up halfway through.
Wow.
Yeah, it's tough to be able to make your opponent's argument. But to be a good debater, you really have to be able to do that. You have to be able to see both sides of the argument so that you can defeat it. And if you can't do that, then then you're probably not really as good a debater as you think you are. So,
well, it's almost to the degree of steel manning, but you're actually making the position.
Yeah, and so it's really that the reverse card is man, it's a bitch.
I like that. Do you have like a clip that plays like a Uno reverse card or something?
I don't have any video assets. I need to figure that out.
That's what you need. Get somebody in the chat, find Grid a clip of like a Uno reverse card so that he can play that when that comes in. Reverse. And then you play that what's that song? It's not Cupid Shuffle, it's I think not the Electric Slide. What's that other one?
Barbie Girl.
No, but it's like reverse. Now take it to the left. Take it to the
left. I know what you're talking
Cupid
about.
Shuffle? Is it Cupid Shuffle? Or no, it's the other one.
It's the one from the
reverse.
Skating back
now.
in the day. Yeah.
Yeah, take it back now. Now hop 3 times. That one.
Yeah, I know what you're talking about.
Yeah, but there's a part in there where he goes reverse. So you just pull that little minor flip, get the video of the reverse card Uno flipping around, and then you got yourself cha-cha slide. Yeah, take it back now. And now you got yourself a video clip for the audience to get excited for every time you play it.
Yeah, maybe we ought to. That was, I mean, that's really cool, and you can assign the prompt, so you can. Well, let's see how we do that.
So hypothetically, if Andrew showed up, I could assign him that feminism is good and make him argue for it.
Oh, that's beautiful.
I want to do that. I want to do that.
Yeah, and it's really the debate show. Like I said, it's way better than I thought it would be, and we've only done like 4 of them. And it
It
just
does sound
every
like
week.
a fun way to spend a Friday night, right? And that's when like whenever I went to Verbal Combat, that was like I'm home on a Friday night. I don't want to go out. I have a little bit of whiskey sitting here. Like, speakeasy's on. I'll go, rustle up with the guys and hang out for a little bit.
Yeah.
Like, and it was always you knew what to expect. You knew you'd get on panel. You knew you'd hang out and you could come and go as you please. And the topic is always shifting, and even if you don't know anything about the topic, you could still just sit there and hang. Like it was definitely like a cool hangout. So if this sounds like this is kind of a cool hangout too. And even if you are, so maybe at least have the other panelists maybe still on screen but off to the side or something. I don't know.
And Sarah, like I've had to argue for things that like I know nothing about, like
Ooh.
intellectual property.
Oh,
I
Yeah.
was like,
So I have over in my Discord, Sarah, there's the debate sphere. And then
Mm-hmm.
one of the tabs for that is debate prompts. And
Oh,
there's literally hundreds of them over there now.
I love it. I
So
love it. Grid,
It's
this
a
is
good
such a
time.
great idea.
yeah.
I think it'll be really fun for you and
It's
you
really
can
and I'm trying to
now how
keep it
much to
fun.
make you debate?
Can't. I'm the moderator. I can't debate. I can't influence the show. None of that. Yeah.
Boo. I think there should be like $100 fee to throw Grid in one.
I mean, we've talked about that, but it's hard for the moderator to end up being the debater because maybe like a special round or something.
Yeah.
Yeah. So there's and just to clarify for you, Sarah, there's a menu of attacks or moves. There's a move
Mhm.
chart. And
Ooh.
so like if you want to put somebody backstage,
Mm-hmm.
you can do that, which I know nobody's going to do that because everybody's backstage all the time anyway. So I don't
Right.
know why we do that one, but there's a bunch of different methods that we use to make it happen.
Now,
So
do the other debaters, like after two people have their little 5 minutes, do you bring all the other debaters on and have them give their feedback?
mhm.
Oh, that's nice.
So
So they can still
yeah,
be involved. Like you're only sitting back there 5
yeah.
minutes at a
So
time.
the way it works is like if it was Anson and I, it would be all right. Like so, let's say that you and Anson are debating. So it would be you and Anson and me up on stage because I'm the moderator. We have to have moderation,
Mm-hmm.
and so it doesn't become. And if you start talking over each other too much, I tell you to stop. But so far it's been really good. I mean, I allow
Mm-hmm.
some talking over. I mean, come on, it's part of the show. But
Yeah, there is. You have to accept that as a
yeah.
piece.
But so you and Anson go at it and you debate 5 minutes. And so basically I give you a minute and you get to make your opening.
Mm-hmm.
I give him a minute. He gets his opening. I tell you 30 seconds, and you quit. And then I'll say, hey, that's time. And then you get 5 minutes of just back and forth debate. Blood
Mm-hmm.
sport. It's yelling. You get the chat can buy extensions. So if I want you to, like and a lot of them will buy the extensions like as soon as they realize that you guys are going to go at it for a while and that there's going to be a lot of it, the chat will buy extensions.
Oh.
So, and each extension, it's $5 per minute.
Mm-hmm.
So,
Oh, then that'll kind of deter them from like buying up a whole hour.
yeah. You can't,
Because you don't want to deter your other panelists from
Yeah.
hanging around.
Sure. Yeah. And the
So,
idea is to keep it moving quickly, but sometimes they'll, like if it's going to be a good debate, people will buy a minute or whatever. So once
makes
it's
sense.
done, once I say, hey, all right, you have 30 seconds left and you get your last couple of shots in, we're done.
Mm-hmm.
Then I bring everybody back out. And the judges are backstage at this time too. So you can't see their facial expressions. You can't, you can't hear them writing notes or pointing or laughing or anything, right? Like When you're
Mhm.
debating, all you can see is me and the other opponent. That's it.
Okay.
And so then I bring everybody back, and then I pick a judge, and usually not at random. Like if it's a really esoteric argument, I'm going to go
Mhm.
probably to Anson or Ticky Tack first. If
Right.
it's something that is like kind of rambling and it was just really slow and kind of disjointed, I'm going to probably go to what's his name, Tyler, Average Debate Enjoyer first, right?
Mhm.
And so, and they give their reasons and they tell how they voted and why, and so you get there's three of them, so it's we can't have a tie, and that's it. And when the vote's done, then the feedback starts, and that usually goes for like 2 or 3 minutes, where somebody will say, "Hey, I thought that your opening was really good, but you lost all your energy." And your opponent just whooped you because as soon as you lost your energy, they ramped up heavy and just beat you to death with whatever. So
Right.
it's so that's how that kind of works out, and and so far it's been really good. Like I said, and everybody's taken the feedback. Like that's actually I think the best part of the whole thing is
That's good. I like
that
that.
people, like if like Beth what like I my what I told Beth last week was that she tends to just be constantly on the attack, and so her opponent can use that against her by making her look kind of desperate or kind of reaching, which he did. And and so she just been debating on TikTok too much, and which isn't really
It's
debating,
not
it's
as
just
much as you think it is, don't you?
just okay, all right. But mostly the TikTok stuff's just screaming at each other, so it's not it's
As
brute
she
force.
literally proves your point for you.
Yeah. So it's yeah, right. That's which is why I'm like, I don't have to prove anything here because you but so and she just needs to, and I use the example of how Andrew, you can see Andrew ramp up really quickly if he needs to, and then he'll just pull it back down and be very reasonable and comfortable in talking to people. And to so that he's not only mirroring the image, but he controls the flow to some degree um, of the um, of the debate, right?
That's what makes debates good is when there's some variance. I think, like I don't know if you guys have ever seen Oxford debates. They're obviously way different, but usually there's like a topic, and it takes them a long time to really get around something. And so that's a fascinating one as well.
Yeah, I really like the Soho forum. They have a lot of Oxford style debates online that are on really good topics. I
Yeah.
don't know if you've ever watched Soho forum before, but
I haven't seen that one.
yeah, it's a libertarian based one, but they have all sorts of different people on there debating different topics.
Why do the
And
libertarians allow a monarchist in their midst?
well, they don't. I had to be excommunicated when I started doing the monarchy stuff. Yeah. Well, I mean, it was that little month period I did in fascism before I shifted over to monarchy that got it. They don't like fascists over there. So
yeah. Yeah, so I mean, I think I really like the debate game. I think I think I need to come up with a better name than debate game, but it's really cool. And
Yeah, you could pull the Rage in the Cage that they used before, or it's got to be something. I'm sure you'll figure out something.
well, we're using a John Wick theme because all along I've said that my show's kind of like the Continental, where anybody can come and there's no business that gets done here. We're polite to each other and all that, but and Smoking Spaceman has because he does a lot of the he spams the chat for me a lot, so he has like a thing that says for tonight only all business can be done, and it's great. It's it's really awesome, but yeah, I like it a lot. It's been very good. It could make, it's not like the first night it made really good, like, opening night was the best night so far as the earnings go.
How many of these debate panels have you done so far?
Here on this one, we've only done like 4.
4? That's cool.
Yeah, I think so. 3 or 4.
It's 4.
Yeah. And
I like it, Grid. I'm glad it's working out really well, and I'm sure all of those little wrinkles will smooth themselves out as you move along.
Yeah.
And it'll be phenomenal. I'm excited for you. I'll have to jump on one night.
Yeah,
If I
yeah.
That would be awesome. That would be cool. That even
be on
Grid,
the
if
other
you could
end.
plan on your calendar like 15 minutes of a celebrity debater or something. Like, that would be better than nothing.
It's interesting, Sarah, that the last time Duck was on the panel, he actually was extremely concise, focused, and articulate in his argument.
On your panel?
Yes.
Oh, I was gonna say, I was like, not on mine.
I know, right? I
was like,
and we all congratulated him on that. We were like, Duck, that was like a really cogent, that was a real argument.
yeah,
And,
he has his. I guess I think Duck. I think here's my advice to Duck, because when Duck first started coming on, and I'll talk to you directly, you were very pleasant and cordial, and you were having fun with the conversations, and then overnight you just flipped a switch and became very hateful and mean. And I don't know if that's from like chronic
Hateful and mean.
online or things happening or something, but
That
you
doesn't
like
sound like me. That doesn't sound like me at all.
See, like you're
I'm the
calling
least hateful person you could know.
pussies,
Sarah, if you asked
and
me,
you're
Sarah, if you actually asked me, I would tell you that I am probably one of the most spiritual Buddhist people in the United States. And I'm also educated about things. So I think
I believe
I
you're
would say
educated.
hateful is not a word that describes me. I would say forceful is probably a better adjective.
I mean, calling people a fucking pussy, because you're not agreeing with them or something. That's pretty hateful.
Yeah, if they're acting
And
like
it's
a
not
fucking
part
pussy.
of. So you're kind of proving my point for me. Like you're getting into that mode again. But
Duck.
anyways, what
Yeah,
I wanted
I
to say,
understand.
Doc, is maybe like you're coming out the gate too strong, too fast, instead of letting it build up nice and like a good
That could be true.
climactic, and instead you're just
Yeah.
kind of like going straight for the jugular, and it's a little like too much on the front end, right? Because nobody's arguing with you, they're simply stating their they're making their like arguments, but they're not yelling at you, and then you're just like, you're a fucking pussy, and they're like, what? And it just kind of comes
Yeah.
out of
Yeah, I
nowhere a
understand
lot
that.
lately. So maybe maybe utilizing kind of some what is that noise?
Somebody's hitting their mic.
That's Jess. Jess.
No. But
Yeah.
Your mic's like really hot or something.
I've been muted the whole time.
Yeah, I know. It just like popped on or something, and it was like a loud background noise.
Somebody's like thumping it.
Yeah. Yeah, no quarrel there. But Duck, maybe like be more intentional.
I don't
right?
know how. Sorry, because it's sitting on the table and I've been muted the whole time, so I don't know how.
It's not a big
But
deal.
anyway.
Nobody's worried about it. But Duck, maybe just trying to have the conversation first, and then
Yeah.
if it starts to get hotter, then you go into more of an attack mode. But I wouldn't recommend coming out the gate like completely.
I sort of agree, Sarah. If I had to push back on that, I would say the moderation I've seen on some of the smaller panel shows is lacking to some extent. I think there's too much subjectivity without a grounding for a broader audience, and so I actually think it's good to have a little aggression inserted into the channel to right track. Like, I don't want to take credit for it, but I don't know if you guys saw Rob Noor today. I mean, he was hotter than he's ever been. I don't think he would be that way if your old friend Duck didn't tell him that he can go fuck himself and that he's a pussy.
So there's a right way and a wrong way to ad hom in a debate. Like if you watch Andrew Wilson, the way he ad homs is that he incorporates like the definition of what a pussy is, and like takes great skill and effort and time.
I don't
to
know
have
who that is. I don't know who that is.
Okay, so when you're debating, you want to have the other person describe all the characteristics of a pussy and how their argument is like a pussy would make, and then say, all right, so what is the definition of a pussy? And then you can say, and then they'll give you the definition of a pussy, and then you can say, well, you're all of those things, right? That's the right way to do it because it's attacking their argument.
Well,
and
instead of calling someone a pussy, then I shouldn't be a hot dog by calling someone a pussy, right? That's like an
Right.
old fashioned way of saying it.
Yeah.
Well, I think my point is, Anson and I were speaking the same end result, just in different languages. I
Yeah.
think you need to kind of read the room first. And if nobody's attacking you, then there's certainly no reason we have to like immediately attack, right? And sometimes it's okay to actually have a good some of the best panels I've
Yeah.
had where I hit the end button and I'm like, damn, that was a really awesome panel, are the ones
right.
where people actually are productive and have a good conversation and can find resolve between it. It's but we can't get there if people are just coming out the gate swinging, and it's like, bro, where did that come from? Like, nobody's yelling at you. I could see if somebody attacks you, then yeah, feel free to have some fun with it. But if nobody's like doing that to you and you're just come in and you're like, you're a fucking pussy, it's like, where the fuck did the thing even come from? Like, nobody's yelling, nobody's getting mad, nobody's calling you names. Like, you need to like read
Yeah.
the room and
I
know
understand.
as the heat rises, then yeah, boost your energy level and then, start gearing up for attack mode. But we don't always have to just come in and strike and strike and strike. That's
Yeah,
my
no
critique
throwing.
for you.
No throwing. Yeah, I'll try and be better. This is funny because you guys know I'm an athlete. I'm a pretty good athlete. You don't, your back muscles.
I didn't know
release,
that actually.
If you do like the SEAL style push-ups, it's these tension levers creating and releasing. So you just go nice and slow, but your back muscles don't throw anything forward, right? This is our shoulders and our chest and our core and a spinal rotation around our hips and stuff. And so when I call someone like a fucking bitch, one of the things that I need to remember is that like I can't be throwing, I can't be doing that with my back. I have to be doing it with something else.
Okay.
If that's your best way
Sorry,
to analyze
I'm taking
it,
too much
sure.
time on the panel. My
You're
bad.
not taking too much time. I
My
think
bad.
you just
My
I
bad.
think you just overthink things. But if that's how it works for you to process that information, then I'm all for it.
What up, Steve? Steven.
Duck, honest question, man. What do you think of the judging that you've experienced so far and watched as well on the show?
On Unreasonable Man, I think it's because Sarah's format is a little different, right? A lot of Sarah's is about I think audience engagement and making sure after the sort of core discussion, more panelists can sort of join the show. I think it's really good, right? I was saying mean things and trolling Anson a bit in the chat, but I think there's really useful and practical conversations and stuff that happen. I think the fact that judges hold people 10% accountable for sort of that moral fiber question, to me, that's like one of my values. Like I get excited when I see either of you guys going live. Like I got jacked when I saw Beth up here earlier. And like part of that is because like I like to kick back and relax, but also like I also want that little reminder, that little sort of the needle, right? That little push that like, we're just capable of taking this a little bit farther, right? There's something that's like really foundational. There's something that's almost like this tribal or instinctual thing where it's like, I want to be good and I want to do good, right? Like both of those are so amazing. They're so good.
Okay. All right.
I like that optimism, man. That's some like, I like that. That feels good.
Hell yeah, brother. Let's go. Let's go.
Beth, what do you think about the judging so far?
I like the judging. I like the breakdown and the feedback. is usually pretty good. I think sometimes things can get, because you got to remember it's 5 minutes, and we're trying to cram an argument into that on both sides. So it does become this aggressive competition of who can get their point across first, right? And some stuff does end up getting lost. But I like the judging. The judges have been awesome. Sometimes they do admit bias, but
Yeah.
but I like the judges, so I don't give a shit, right?
Yeah. Okay. All right. Well, Sarah, it was great to have you on the show tonight, and I hope that I can get Millennial Mike on the show, and we'll have some fun there too. It's actually past my bedtime. I should have already jumped off, but we were going pretty well there, so that's okay.
Party night.
And yeah, there were some other interesting topics this evening. Pearl's I don't know, you can't call it a debate, the discussion she had with Andrew, which I'm sure Glenn wanted to get into, but he just he's been very quiet, so he's probably busy
taking
right
a shit.
he's probably looking after Thor right now, so I don't give Glenn nearly the crap that I normally would, so because he's
fair.
He's trying to be a good dude, and that's all awesome. And yeah, if you're just coming in or you've only been here a little while and you haven't heard, I will be debating Econoboy on capitalism versus socialism tomorrow night tomorrow afternoon at 5 Central Time. I will be streaming it to here. Obviously, it will be on Admiral Gibbs' channel. I have the judges are interesting because we have Pentuple, who is a conservative lawyer, and we have Enemy Charlie, who is a waste of a human life of a communist. So we'll see how that works out in the judging for me. Yeah, it's gonna be
Grid. Econoboy was on like a best to the left panel today. I forgot who else it was, but it was Peace. I think Pisco was hosting.
Yeah.
It was Econoboy, and he had 2 other guys on tonight. But they were doing a big deal, so that'll be cool to see you up there with them.
Yeah, I really enjoyed the interaction I had with Pisco the other night. I really wanted to kind of stump him. And
I'm glad somebody did.
the more he stuttered, the better I felt. And what is funny is there were people in chat going, "Oh, this guy's who does he think he is? He's up there asking a lawyer what the law is." I'm like, "Yeah, because lawyers lie, especially about the law." And so you're going to explain to me, pal. To explain to me what that means, because you haven't explained anything. So, yeah, I really enjoyed that. So,
oh, that's good. He finally had calmed down by like the last half hour, but he was flying hot for a while. I mean, it got to a point
he went
where
hot again.
yeah, but he wasn't quite as. He was just. He was sweaty. He was talking really fast, and he was just tearing up the mic, just eating it. And it got to a point where Misfit Patriot brought out a timer. Because we all came to the conclusion. I was like, yeah, dude, like you really need to kind of pace yourself here. He was just kind of gish galloping a lot. And I get what he was trying to say. I understand it. But at the same time, he was just throwing and he wasn't letting them respond. Like they would start to respond to point 1 and 2, and then he'd cut them off, and then they couldn't respond to point 3, 4, or 5. And so it was just kind of, getting to that point of dude, you gotta at least let them respond to everything, so it would be more mindful if you just go one point at a time, if you want the back and forth.
Yeah. what can you do, right?
Yeah, I mean, sometimes you just have a bad, like a doozy. It
Mhm.
happens. I mean, we've had a few of those every now and then, but um, I
Well,
mean,
I thought it. I mean, I've wanted to be able to watch more of it, and I will eventually watch the rest of the debate. But um, I really wanted to get the I really wanted to get that shot in on Pisco because he kept saying the same thing over and over, but he never really defined it or anything. So I was like, "Can you
yeah.
explain this to me?" And it was interesting. The two other guys, the conservatives, were like, "Yes, that's a great question."
They were almost in sync. Yeah.
That was
Yeah,
funny.
it was a good
Yeah.
debate, made for a good good content for sure. It was
I
just a
felt it
little
was
rough
the
around the
only sort of
edges.
the
Mhm.
sort of bad match I do think was that I forgot what the dude's name was, not Misfit, the other guy. Like he was,
Sean.
it seemed to me like he was loosely referencing Breitbart and his own personal experiences. And so the reason in most cases why that's not sort of a match for someone like Pisco is because Pisco might have these sort of like areas that he can concede a point or he can give something back over. But if your opponent is pushing you to a position, like this is my liberal perspective, your opponent pushes you or kind of nudges you or shoves you to a position where what you have done, like where the only thing you can actually concede is a conspiracy theory, then of course Pisco has to respond to that, right?
Mhm.
And so it's just like I don't understand over the course of a long form hour and 45-minute debate how anything else would come from that, which is fine. But the fact that something could come from it, I think, was largely on what's his face, on Misfit and other bro that was with
Sean.
Pisco.
I think so. I would
Yeah,
say
yeah,
that Pisco's more of the technicalities, right? Like he's highly detailed, very technical in what he's talking about, down to very specific specifics, right? Whereas Misfit and Sean would be more of like news headliner talking points, if that makes sense to how I can describe that.
Yeah, I get that.
yeah,
Yeah, I get that. I got to be
yeah.
honest. I have never heard of. I think I've seen the one guy, and the only other time I've seen the Misfit guy, the one guy Sean. I think I've seen him before, but I don't remember having seen him around. And the only other time I saw the Misfit guy was when he was getting his ass handed to him by Andrew. Um, and I
Mm-hmm.
didn't, and I thought that was I. I was shocked that he was going against Pisco. To be honest.
I mean,
Yeah,
Wick gave me the prompt. He picked
yeah.
his partner, which was Pisco, and then
Sure.
he said, find me the opposition, which is normally how I operate. And
Mhm.
so I didn't want to go into the Ortho Bro group because they've had plenty of FaceTime on my show. So I wanted to try to venture out a little further. But I think Misfit and Sean were exactly what I was looking for, in terms of what am I pairing up and why. Because even the prompt alone was very opinionated,
Mhm.
like Trump is the biggest threat to freedom of speech in
Yeah.
the last 20 years, right? It's very opinion based. So
Yeah,
what
yeah.
more than
It's
to
a gotcha.
find?
Yeah.
Yeah. So I think it was actually a good match in terms of the prompt. But Pisco, I didn't know Pisco's style prior to that. That was Wick's pick.
Mhm.
I probably would have picked somebody that's a little bit more pop culture oriented, like news headliner, talking points style.
Yeah, yeah, I
Not,
gotcha.
yeah. So I think Pisco I would choose for a much more intentional debate that is less opinion and more fact and technicalities.
Pisco's on my list of people to wreck.
Mhm.
So I'm just saying.
Yeah.
Rob, the link's in your Discord, pal. I mean, only because there's something about his very specific style of smugness that I just don't like.
Yeah.
And so, look, it's okay to be smug. I get it. But at the same time,
I can't hear anyone.
Oh, you can't hear anyone? Oh, go down there where it says mute button. Oh, you can't hear me. So, whoops. He'll get it. But
check.
I know Pisco's a
Yeah,
Destiny.
Rob, your input's good. Audio settings are for input output on this one.
I'm Abe Dinkus. I'm not sure what you're agreeing with because I can't follow chat very well. I'm looking at like 3 screens. I'm sorry.
I think he's agreeing with the smugness.
Oh yeah.
I hear you now. I'm in. Sorry.
Oh, good.
What up, Rob?
Not much. A bit of a boomer. Tech issues all night, every night. But someone's got to do it.
Sounds like your audio might be pulling from your computer, not your mic.
Hey, Grid, I'm gonna hop off because I think I'm about done. I've been on here a while. I just wanted to say it's been nice being up here with legends like Glenn and Sarah, and I'm leaving right when one of the greats is popping up here. Rob, I love your show,
You're
man.
just scared of Rob.
I am. Yeah, I like arguing with people, and I don't want to get slaughtered right now. So I'm going to go ahead and get off the panel before he argues with me and beats me and wrecks me totally. But yeah, man, it was. Thanks a lot, Grip, for having me up.
Hey,
again,
no problem, man. No problem. Always glad to have you on. And I hope you're in the chat tomorrow when I'm wrecking Econoboy.
Yeah, I'll be there, man.
All right.
Bye,
Cool, dude.
Anson.
We'll see you, Anson. Good night.
That's the second. That's the second time I've been called a legend today, and I was like, legend.
Yeah, I'm like, I don't know. When people talk favorably of me and stuff like that, I'm like, oh, come on. Like, there's this like idea that like, well, Rob's this really smart guy. I am legitimately one of the dumbest people you ever meet. Like, I got this new camera today for my computer. And if you use like the tripod like I do, there's like, you screw this thing in the bottom and then you just click it in and the tripod works. Well, it came with, where is it? I have it here somewhere. It came with this little magnet thing. I don't know where I put it. And it's on the bottom. I struggled for like 10 minutes. And I looked at my wife. I'm like, well, this camera doesn't fit my tripod. And she literally went over and she's like, it's a magnet. You just pull it off and then you screw it in. I was like, oh,
wow.
Shit. And I was like, just watch my show. Everyone thinks I'm smart. My wife's like, yeah, they do not see the full picture. I assure you. So,
Yeah. Rob, good to see you, man. I was actually going to reach out to you to see if, what your day was like tomorrow. So I could maybe get get an hour with you to go back over my notes and
what
stuff.
What time are you going live?
5 Central. Well, I'll be live tomorrow. I go live at noon because I do my day shift. Show.
Oh, okay.
I can be when I can. I'm pretty flexible tomorrow.
Hey, Grid, I'm gonna take off as well. It's like
Night, Beth.
12:30 in the
Are you done with your sewing?
Yes, I just finished it. So
excellent work, Winch. Very good.
She's a real woman. I'll see you later. Have a good night, everybody.
Take it easy.
Now, if Sarah has only folded her laundry, we'll be set.
I did. I hung everything up. I even paired off all of the socks. I did it all. Now I'm going to enjoy a bowl of cereal.
Romano Productions, she is sewing a dress, I think, or something like that.
Can we get back to Sarah's adult level laundry skills? I wonder who in chat also struggles with. I don't struggle as much with socks as much as getting shirts turned the right way whenever I take stuff out.
Don't give me too much credit because that laundry's been sitting there all week waiting to be folded. But I am like the weird one where all of my shirts, when I hang them up, have to be facing the same way, and then the if they're getting put in a drawer, they have to be folded a certain way, and all
Do
of
you
the
color
socks.
coordinate though?
Yeah.
That's a pro level. That's like pro level. I'm going to be on camera. I've got a Zoom meeting. I have something I have to be ready for. So everything ends up so perfect.
It's just specific types of OCD. So,
Mhm.
Rob, do you have time tomorrow in the afternoon or early day?
It's gonna be. I'll tell you what. Like, so I have to be sort of vague about this, but I don't know if
Okay.
you saw. I'm streaming full time now. Like that's
Yeah,
the
yeah.
idea. But I had to give some notice at my previous work. Now, the nature of one of the reasons that I didn't know if I'd be able to work there was I primarily work with one individual that's an
Yes.
adult with disabilities, and
Yes.
that person was potentially in a medical situation where we were unable to provide the level of care that he needs. I got good news today that he is actually going to be coming back to us, and that's going to be tomorrow. So I have to
Okay.
go out to Pittsburgh to the hospital to pick that gentleman up and then get him situated in the house and stuff, and then I get to come home. But I'm supposed to pick him up around 12 or 1. So my guess, and that's Eastern time. So my guess is I won't be back home until probably 6 or 7 p.m. So
Okay.
I unfortunately, if it was any other day, I would.
That's okay.
And this just came about today. I was even
Yeah.
posting because I asked, it's difficult. I don't like necessarily asking for things, but I did ask for thoughts and prayers for him. And so I was even posting today. It was like, oh my goodness, like it feels, it's a weird feeling because I've made my decision and I'm leaving the company because, in part, I can't just be in a constant state of flux trying to provide for my family. Like, I don't know if I have a job or not because of medical situations outside. So I jumped at the opportunity working with the Crucible and Andrew Wilson. But on the other hand, like it sucks. This guy that I've cared for 14 years, I'm not going to be there for him. So I'm trying my best to make the transition as soon as there's that word again, to make that as smooth as possible. And so tomorrow I'm going to be pretty busy, unfortunately.
Yeah.
So.
Well, maybe maybe even earlier in the day. I don't have anything going on tomorrow except doing my shows. So
Just it can't hurt to ask. If I'm around, I'm around. I'm not sure when I'm going to get called into his house to get stuff ready. But I think you're, based on the conversation we had, I think you're prepared. And I think I think that the strategy that we talked about, given the prompt that you've been given, is very difficult for him to overcome if you execute that strategy. So you have the right plan. The key is not getting flustered. And that's same. It's the same for me. Like I ultimately, everybody's got a plan until you get punched in the face.
That's right. I was about to say that.
Yeah. So, I think you'll be good. For those that don't know, if you're listening on my channel, Grid is debating Econoboy. Basically, I forget the exact prompt, but it has to do with capitalism and socialism. And I'm not going to give too much of your strategy away.
No,
it's
good.
But I think you're going to be good to go. I'm debating on Sarah's channel Friday against.
I heard that you and the Furby are there's gonna be some fur flying.
Is that if I first off, I'm not saying this is a joke. I'm not like for the sake of doing shows and stuff, I try to be affable. I don't know if this person is a man or woman. I couldn't tell by the tone of their voice. My guess is they may be transgender but so I wasn't trying to intentionally be a prick when I say this, but I don't know if they have like a sense of humor if I say something like Furby, if they'd be mad or not. I guess I don't much give a shit.
Furby's used to it.
Okay.
It's literally like one derogatory comment after another via chat or on panel. So
I'm going to try to be respectful and have a good
thick-skinned.
conversation. Yeah, I'm going to try to be respectful. Now, if they decide to get chirpy, then I'll get chirpy. But I'm looking forward to it. The topic itself, like I'm so over the trans shit, debating it. And I don't like the prompt, but I did say I would debate whatever prompt. So the prompt is like something like, is gender the same as sex?
Right.
Like, well,
I'm so over the transgender because every panel I've ever hosted, I swear to God, that we've always ended the evening somehow, or it's part of the conversation somewhere in open panel. We always end up on sorry, I'm eating cereal. We always end up on transgender, and I'm so over it. Like,
well, the thing
tired of
the
having
thing
it.
about it that's so crazy to me is everybody knows, as Republicans and Trump supporters, literally our entire ideology is based on hating about Obama not being born in the United States. Am I right, Duck? Like that's literally our entire ideology, right? So why we focus on trans
I can
so
give
much?
you, Rob, let me give you something to play off of. So here's my classical conservative take, and we don't have to spend a ton of time here, but a trans issue comes up or something about group rights, like women's rights or something. I'm like, cool. Tell me about healthcare, right? I understand healthcare. If people are out in the marketplace talking about solutions, I want to make sure those are accessible. I want to make sure the United States is doing the right thing to be a leader in the world on that. If we're talking about employment law, same thing. Tell me what's happening. Tell me what corporations are doing right now so I don't have to deal with it. And if I can do something to assist those mechanisms, if I have to step in and write a law, I will do that. But outside of that, this is why I say the MAGA right and the new right, the woke right, is based on hatred, because people don't say that. People don't say that. They say, I don't even want to hear about it. I want to punch down, which that is the thing where I do not personally, as a liberal and as a classical conservative, I do not tolerate that.
Do you punch up?
Yeah, if it's required. I don't know what lawmakers know. When they tell us what they know and I don't agree with them, then absolutely.
How do you
my
define
jam.
in this context? How do you define up and down?
So I would say punching up is saying that, like allegations against Matt Gaetz or something were serious enough that the public deserved an accounting for that. Not just voters in his district, but people who look up to the Congress and trust these people to make laws, to, in some sense, pass over a budget that the executive presides over. We should know who's doing something like that. So that to me is a small example of punching up.
So, okay, you gave a specific example. Is it fair for me to intuit from that you're like criticizing politicians is punching up? Is that basically what you're saying?
Yeah, politicians, I think, like, I'm not for like far leftists, like being overly critical of you probably work with payers and stuff. I'm not for like being overly critical of healthcare executives or something like that. From my perspective, it's like, yeah, if that stuff matters, I'm more than happy. Let's have that conversation. In other cases, it's like, yeah, let's give that back to the people. I want to hear people talk about that in a casual setting. But what I don't want is, I don't want someone who's trans or who's gay or who is a woman who's getting a poor shot, or a man who's gotten the worst of the U.S. economy, sitting in chat, and they feel like someone is beating the crap out of them. For what reason? To what end?
So
that
then,
makes no sense.
I'm trying to understand your world. And you are saying that you would not punch down, correct? And it sounds like you're, based on your definition of the example you give as a politician, you tell me if I'm misrepresenting you. Punching up would mean people with some sort of power going after them, and punching down would mean people that are victims. And so you wouldn't punch towards, and by the way, we're using punch metaphorically. No one's calling for violence. We wouldn't go after people. Sorry, Sarah. We wouldn't go after people, right, that we view as victims, but we would go after those we view as having power. Is that fair?
Yeah, I'm less teleological too. So this is another difference between us, Rob, is one of the things that I would say is that, look, if you're in a position where you can either provide support or just shut the fuck up, and you choose to do otherwise, you are inviting the response that comes from that, right? And
that's
so,
interesting. That's interesting, because it sounds to me then that you're saying sometimes you would punch down. That's what that sounds like. In fact, I would say to you, I've met you twice. I've met you twice to my knowledge, and both times you punch down. For example, can you tell me the institutional power that like an average MAGA voter that lives in rural America has? Because you punch at them. What's their power?
Their power is that they're based in hatred, right? They're saying that we as a group can influence the course of democracy because we hate people, because we hate the world. So that to me is a very clear example where they're asking what happened, where they're asking for a teleological response.
Okay, so when I asked you to give examples of punching up and punching down, you gave the example of a politician, and we went through, and it seemed that you were like, yeah, because politicians have power. And like, please, let me finish. And then punching down would be people that were victims. And as soon as I'm like, well, if we look at like institutional power, it turns out that a lot of people that are Trump voters are amongst some of the poorest people in the country, particularly those that live in rural areas. And you just change the definition and go, yeah, but I know that they're hateful, so that's not considered punching down. So in other words, just like every other good lefty, what you say is it's okay for me to attack the people that I subjectively think are immoral, and I don't consider myself punching down and hold myself to the same standard that I hold other people to.
This is a small difference of opinion. Let me just land my plane on this. This is a small difference of an opinion. I don't consider, when people go and are conducting public speech, I don't consider giving the correct response that no one else has done over the last 4 years, an act of punching down. I'm unemployed. I haven't worked, and the context doesn't matter. I don't have institutional power. I don't have influence or sway. But what I can do incredibly well is tell someone that they have not researched their idea. They're being mean and nasty, and they can go where the sun doesn't shine. And I will say that many different ways if I have to. That's
Would
all
you
I try and do.
acknowledge? Would you acknowledge that there was a massive problem with an overstatement of police killing unarmed black men in this country, and that in large part led to riots that we saw in 2020?
Oh shit.
Would you acknowledge it?
Acknowledging what would I be acknowledging exactly?
Would you acknowledge the following fact? That in large part, it was grossly overestimated how many unarmed black men were killed by police officer, and that had a big role in the riots that we saw in 2020.
Yeah. So, I think the question that you're asking me right now is hard to answer. I would say that there wasn't a lot of transparency, and no, it's not. There wasn't a lot of transparency in how policing was done. There wasn't a lot of context into how community policing was supposed to be done. And so when we saw these events on the news and people thought about themselves or their families, and this is not just Black Americans, but Americans in general who have a place in their heart and in their chest for these types of issues, I would say that people took the opportunity to politicize something that was an institutional or security issue. And I don't agree with that. I'm not going to wholesale write off Black Lives Matter or people that
Nonetheless, the people like me that would have heavily criticized them for the damage that they were doing predominantly to minority neighborhoods based on a falsehood. You just told me, even if a group doesn't have institutional power, that if they have not researched their topic significantly, then you don't consider it punching down to tell the truth. So everyone that criticized Black Lives Matter for those things, you would say they weren't punching down, correct?
So that's a really good question, Rob. And the way I would answer that is that it wouldn't be my place as a commentator or pundit or private citizen to say what is impacting these communities the most at any given time. That's all I have to say to that.
Right. Well, I think it is my place. And again, it is evident to anyone listening that you just change your definitions to fit so that the standards that you want to impose on other people don't have to apply to yourself.
So I agree. Yes. Okay. And so if I'm going to concede something, it is that I do not want to be the person that has to decide the safety of Black Americans in my everyday life. I'm not someone that's equipped to do that. And so from my perspective, this aspect of justice, including free speech, including the right to organization or assembly, as well as whatever legal proceedings arose from this, right? You have the right to litigate against people. Of course, you can never condone criminality, but what is there in there to actually condone or to find reproachful, to find something distasteful even? I don't totally understand that.
I would say that it's clear that what's happening is that you basically have groups that you have an affinity for. And we can see this sort of archetype from people like the overbearing mother, right? Where the idea is you are a cultural Marxist or whatever name you want to call it, and that you view your in-group as victims, and therefore the ends justifies the means.
We're talking about Black Lives. We're talking about Black Lives Matter.
Duck, you'll acknowledge
right?
that
You're not calling me.
I've been extremely patient, right? I let you talk unfettered, so you can give me the same respect. Okay. So it seems obvious to me that what's occurring is that you have this affinity for those groups and you think that they are victims of some sort of hierarchy, and therefore the ends will justify the means. And so when you're advocating for those groups, even if by objective measures you would be punching down by going after other poor people, by the way, this is one of the things that we saw with the Black Lives Matter movement. It was the first revolution that was led by the top down. You had all these wealthy corporations like Nike and Chase Bank that were just saying Black Lives Matter, even though they've been accused of racist practices in the past. And who were they pointing the finger at? Well, they were burning down neighborhoods and inner city neighborhoods and pointing the finger at poor rural MAGA voters as if they were the problem. They weren't taking their protest to Martha's Vineyard. They weren't taking it to Barack Obama's neighborhood. They weren't taking it to Washington. No, instead they were protesting in inner city black neighborhoods, or they were protesting against poor rural whites. And it seems clear to me that you would embrace at least the idea of attacking those poor rural whites, because even though by any objective measure, they would be considered punching down to go after them because they don't have power, you're okay with that because you view them as oppressors and evil and think that their very voting philosophy in the first place is only committed through hatred. So you're okay with it. You don't hold yourself. You literally are exactly what you accuse the others of doing. You hate them because you find them immoral, so the standards don't apply to you.
Okay. You don't understand that you're proving a point that I would agree with right here, which is that Americans don't understand democratic socialism. They don't understand nations outside of the US that are communist, that have more robust public ownership structures, and you don't understand how institutions in the United States work. You are conflating the most severe ideological positions, which most Americans don't hold, with somehow this black hatred, right? And so you're moving us back to like the year 1960 is what I see as you're doing, and then shifting the blame onto me. And so this is yet another example of when I say the MAGA movement is hateful, there's this inability to understand groups sort of, you can say lived experience if you don't like that. You can say their problems navigating modern American society. There is a difficulty of understanding what that is like from the group level. And so as a result, because of this, my interpretation is what you want me to do is say, well, MAGA's not hateful, they're in the right, and somehow they have, Black Lives Matter or people who are sympathetic to Trayvon Martin haven't clarified their position. And to me, that is the essence of creating a logical argument from the perspective of hatred.
So again, what you do is you say a lot of stuff, but it's sort of non sequitur to anything we've been talking about. I went through painstakingly, allowing you to talk the majority of the time to define your terms. You defined to us what you meant by punching up. You defined what you meant by punching down. You defined the terms up and down. You talked about the power structures. Then when pointed out the hypocrisy of that, because you actually do punch down, you added a caveat that you don't consider punching it down if the people that you're punching at are coming from a place of hatred. Then when asked, how do you define hatred? You said, well, because one of the things that you would say is because they have it. Please, let me finish. Please, come on, man. Please, let me finish, please. Right? You said, well, another factor in this is when you find that people are uneducated and you are informing them of how they're incorrect, then you wouldn't consider that like against your standard. When I pointed out that Black Lives Matter itself was largely based on a lie, heck, we can go before Black Lives Matter. Hands up, don't shoot was a lie. Don't take my word for it. Take Eric Holder and the Justice Department's word for it that said that was a lie. It led to riots. It led to predominantly Black people's lives being ruined because their property was destroyed. When I say, well, therefore, I would have been legitimate and not held to the standards that you want to hold me to, and it wouldn't have been considered an act of hate because I'm just doing what you suggested you did, which was informing people that were ill-informed when they were publicly commenting. Not only were they publicly commenting, they were rioting. They were protesting. Please let me finish. And so when I bring that up, your response to this, showing the logical conclusion that you're a hypocrite and that actually you're subjective in the way that you apply this stuff because you feel that you're morally superior, and you always say it's okay for you to break your own standards because the side that you're arguing against is immoral. You're just like, well, yeah, that sounds like logics and all, but you're just taking us back to the 1960s. That's not an argument. You just are declaring that I'm hateful.
Okay. Let me concede one point, is that I did jump to this point that MAGA is hateful. And so if I could walk this back, if I had to walk this back, what I would say is that in a democracy in the United States, we know that what we owe to that democracy is transparency. What we owe to that democracy is the same standard of justice for everyone. And when people perceive that that doesn't happen, their means of enforcing what justice is in the first place, of asking what we owe back to our democracy, is by standing up, it's by joining hands, and it's by protesting. It's by creating these public intellectual movements. And the point that I still cannot understand or grasp is, why is it the case that there doesn't seem to be shared ground? All I see in my head when you talk is burning cars, which I don't feel this is something that is emblazoned in Americans' minds. In fact, I think it's the opposite. In fact, I think more Black Americans and God-fearing white Americans are wondering, now more than ever, do I need to own a gun for the year 2030? Now more than ever, do I have to worry again about these radical federal and state level politics changing my kids' education? Now more than ever, how do I have to think about me, a black person in America, do I have to think about a police budget being cut in 2025 or in 2035? What's next? And this uncertainty is something that is totally missing from the perspective that MAGA is building these teleological arguments from the perspective of virulent and untenable hatred.
As much as I'd like this,
that borders on racism.
Duck, stand by. I've got to do as much as I'd like that Cope stream to continue, I've got to do a public service announcement. Please stand by.
Everyone does it. Now you can do it too. Shut the fuck up. Shut your mouth. Shut up. Shut the hole in your face. Like that. You can do it. Shh. Shut up. And shut the fuck up.
All right, ladies and gentlemen. Did Duck leave?
No,
Probably.
so. Oh.
No, I'm here. Oh, I'm still here. Sorry.
Oh,
Can you
I'm
guys hear
sorry.
me?
I had to
plug it.
Somebody.
Yeah, I'm on mobile. Sorry.
Gotcha. Yeah. All right. Gotcha.
Well, allow me to retort. Right. So there's a lot I feel like we're two ships passing because I feel that I'm trying to engage and actively listen to what you're saying and then responding to it. And I feel like that you just are going sort of with these empty platitudes based on the idea that you just at root cause think that I'm just a hateful person because of the way I vote. So a couple things that I'll say there in sort of the long-winded approach you had, which I don't blame you for being long-winded. I certainly am. You said that it's some sort of intellectual movement. I'm sorry. I failed to see how Black Lives Matter was an intellectual movement. Certainly there was some intelligence to it. For example, the grifters that led that movement and bought 5 or 6 houses. In that sense, I guess you could say they're just like the intellectuals that steal from poor young people and give them false educations, just indoctrinating them into left-wing things as universities become more and more expensive. In that sense, yes, I guess intellectual. So I guess I'll concede that point. But by no means was this some movement
Rob,
or was people, please, let me
let's sit
please,
there. That's
please,
a good point.
no,
it's too good of a point for us to pass up. Too good of a point for us to pass up.
6 points.
What do you learn at a university? Rob, what do you learn at a university?
Have a little decorum.
What do you learn at a university?
Duck, have a little decorum. You could ask me this question when I'm finished making the point. I've sat here politely the entire time you've spoken and allowed you to make multiple points at a time. It's not my fault. It's not my fault that I'm capable of explaining and articulating all of the direct points that you're making, and you're incapable of doing that with me and feel the need to cut me off in addition to not being able to do it. Now, the next thing you said was, so I didn't find it to be intellectual. In fact, it's anti-intellectual. Most of the time, they're just, much like I feel that you do, just chanting slogans and talking points, and they're not actually having a discussion or anything of that nature. You talked about the idea of coming back together and holding hands and having this sort of movement. What I saw was riots, people that were coming together even when they weren't riot, and they were saying things that, quite frankly, many times were hateful, like pigs in a blanket, fry them like bacon, and other things like that. To the extent that there were people that were legitimately protesting them, my hat goes off to them. Every group should be able to protest any movement that they want. I, unlike you, wouldn't say because I disagree with the conclusions that they reach that I think they are hateful people, because I'm not interested in those sort of subjective labels to eschew the standards that I set forth with myself, unlike you. I would suggest that a person that is certain that they are morally correct and those that disagree with them are immoral probably themselves would meet most objective metrics of what evil or bad is. And so maybe you should look in the mirror before you describe those aspirations onto an entire political movement. In addition to that, you talk about, well, you'll have to own more guns. Good, you should own guns. The Second Amendment's great. You should learn to protect yourself first and foremost against government tyranny. That was the original intention, and everyone should be doing that. You talked about the idea of everyone wants equal justice. Agreed, couldn't agree more, which is why it's so absurd that we see the unequal justice is proffered by the highest level of our government like the FBI, but somehow the same people that decry unequal justice when it comes to small individual police departments have no problem with the unequal justice that's given by the most powerful law enforcement agency in this country, which is the FBI. In fact, you need only look at the people that actually engaged in.
Rob, are you getting close?
Please,
are you getting close, buddy?
Why is it, Duck, that I could leave you talk unfettered and you feel the need to interrupt me? You talked at great length, I think, offering non sequiturs. I'm responding to all of your points take some notes or something, and then you could respond to them. Now, the point I was trying to make there is what we see is actually when you look at the people that engaged in violent actions under Black Lives Matter, oftentimes they were given sweetheart deals. They were allowed to engage in this violence over and over. They were called the Summer of Love. Hell, even the people in the chat zone were giving financial support from people in the government there. If that would have been MAGA that did that, they would have been thrown in jail by insurrection hunters and had their entire lives ruined if they weren't spending 10 years in prison. The last thing you talked about was the idea of wanting equal justice. I agree. We should want equal justice, which is why I hope you join me in the unequal justice that was proffered by the FBI that did things like illegally spy on Donald Trump, went after MAGA supporters in the largest FBI task force in history, and intentionally protected.
Okay, Rob.
Just
Rob,
like
Rob,
I'll finish on this. I'll finish on this point. Instead of you trying to be, instead of you coming together as kumbaya to address the unequal justice that these people see, instead you just deem them as their issues don't matter. They aren't the victims of any sort of inequality whatsoever, and therefore even the poorest MAGA supporter that's in rural America, you could treat as if they are the powerful, and you're punching up because you subjectively feel they're evil based on your own proprietary definitions that justifies you doing whatever you want to them.
Before you respond, Duck, I have a TTS that came in while Rob was talking. These people pay money. I'm going to re-trigger it.
Mr. Boulay and the Department of Numismatics donated $20. Super Chat. Barbecue Duck by Rob is brought to you by Tactical Soap, a Klondike soap company. Channel the conservative hate into a delicious barbecue rub and dipping sauce. Low in calories, big on
flavor. Don't forget your Tactical Soap today. Thank you, Mr. Boulay. I appreciate that. Guys, you guys can't hear the TTS when they come in because you're not on YouTube, and so that's why you couldn't hear it. But I did need to re-trigger it because, again, those guys do pay for it, and it's a big deal. Now, Duck, you may go ahead and retort, but let's try and keep these focused and cut down the Gish Gallop and that sort of thing.
Because I am better than Doc. I just want to say real quick, Doc. I promise. I only have one more response, and I gotta go. That's all I wanted to say. Just so that influences what
Come on, buddy. Give me my 30 seconds. Give me my 30 seconds. That's all I'm asking. All right. And so, the counterpoint to everything you've said is that the United States has at least 100 really solid years of peaceful protesting, of Martin Luther King leading people to Washington. Not rioters trying to spread Russian and American conspiracy website rhetoric and overthrow the government. And so the opposite of the fear-mongering, which you're encouraging me to respond to, is that the main thing that Americans have to still look out for is that free speech exists, freedom of assembly exists. The fact, I wouldn't go as far as specifically talking about punching down specific MAGA voters or people who claim to be part of this MAGA movement as violent extremists, despite some of them having extreme violent anti-government tendencies. And so the fact that you are people that are either rightfully afraid or rightfully angry, or those that don't understand how to express what they see as extreme injustice, and you're characterizing them as terrorists, I think this is something that is an example of punching down, where what I'm trying to do is offer at least a platform for conversation that allows us to understand each other. I don't know what else I'm supposed to say. I'm honestly, am I supposed to be speechless? What am I supposed to be here? Why can't you tell me?
If I was you, I would be speechless because I think you're being outclassed in every way possible. I'll just say a couple things real quick. First is the idea that you're just going to continue to say, well, when my side does it, it's okay because they're doing it for good reasons. That is the definition of subjective. The other thing I'll ask real quick, just a question to you is, you talked about 100 years of peaceful protests. Let's take one organization. How about Black Lives Matter? Do you think there were a lot of instances of protests that were not peaceful with them?
I'm not aware of Black Lives Matter having any special characteristic as like a violent, like they're not a terrorist organization? What do you want me to say
I don't
about this?
recall saying that they were a terrorist organization. I just asked, you seem to imply that the right wing, the MAGA people, were violent, right? And that's not what we should be. We shouldn't be violent, because before that, we just had peaceful protests. So immediately preceding January 6th, we had a bunch of Black Lives Matter protests, a large amount of them. In fact, I believe according to a study that was done by Stanford that was used to cite that they were mostly peaceful, it said 93% were peaceful, which is good, but 7% weren't. And it said that there were, I believe, 212 locations of violent protests that occurred in the name of Black Lives Matter. Now, keep in mind, that's not 212 incidents, that's location. So in a place like Seattle that had like 80 days of rioting, that would only count as one. So my question to you is, do you acknowledge that? Do you acknowledge that there were hundreds of locations in this country where there were Black Lives Matter protests that resulted in violence? Do you acknowledge it?
Rob, I think what you're trying to get me to do is the same teleological approach where you're trying to get me to say that.
Can you define teleological?
Yeah, so, existing for a purpose or having a function, you want me to say that Black Lives Matter protests existed to cause violence.
Okay. That's not what I said.
Where I don't understand or see why something like the Rodney King riots in LA, and we can go back in history and we can look at corporate riots, right? This is social democrats and Republicans protesting against unjust forms of labor.
You've got to land this plane, man. That's
the plane landing right there.
Okay, plane landed. I'll be quick. I'm not going to be as wordy. But again, you've just said, okay, they were violent, but there was extreme injustice. You don't see the problem here? You're like, it wasn't violent. And then when I press you on it, you're like, well, of course there was violence, but it was okay because they were doing it for a good reason.
I think you're mischaracterizing what I said. You're trying to punch at me. We're talking punching down, left, right, up, center. Rob, I'm sorry. I don't know if I've lost the thread, but it seems like you've gotten into a rut here. And
well, let me help you.
I do have to get going. I will end it on this, and then you can say whatever you want, Grid. I will concede this. I am punching down. I got to get going. Duck, I have appreciated the conversation. Sarah, Grid, tell Glenn I said hi too. I always like talking to Glenn. I think I hope you're staying on. I think I'm rating you if my boomer ass could have figured out how to do it. So I think I'll be rating you when I'm done here. But Grid, it's always a pleasure. I hope you well in your debate tomorrow. Duck, thank you again for being game and talking with me. And Sarah, can't wait to do the show Friday. I think it's going to be a lot of fun. So
absolutely. Have a good night, Rob.
Thank you. Take it easy, guys. Yep. Have a good one. Yep.
Take care, man.
You too.
Yeah, so Duck, I got to be honest with you, man. It borders on the. It is absurd and borders on insanity to claim that there was 100 years of peaceful riots, man, or not riots, but peaceful protest. I mean,
yeah,
you can't believe that.
So what I'd say is if I was trying to take the most important points from this, what I would say is, America was a violent place, right? And like I mentioned, there were labor protests. There were companies hiring people to go murder and assassinate people.
Well, there was a war fought over. I mean, literally, there's a war in North Carolina fought over.
No, but this is my point, though. My point is that if I'm gonna engage with someone that I don't know where they're coming from, I probably don't trust. Like Rob seems like a nice guy, but I don't trust Rob, right? I'm not gonna give up my entire partner.
I don't think, because you literally said, let's look at this. You can't name an actual MAGA protest or demonstration or march or anything that turned violent. Yet it's super easy for me to point out the times that the left has burned, torn down, raided, and otherwise caused violence and used violence willfully even.
I think we can go back
you're literally, come on, Duck. can't
Here's the
believe
parallel. Let me paint a picture for you real quick.
I don't need a
gotta go
picture
too,
painted. I need you to acknowledge either
No.
hold on, stop. Either you believe that the leftists have never committed violence, which is what you claimed, was that they've 100 years of peaceful protest, or you have to admit that the Black Panthers and all of that other nonsense, rioting, looting, all of this, you have to acknowledge it, or you have to give me something else. You can't just say, let me draw you a picture. I don't need a picture. I need an answer.
Because
one
except
or it's
American
the other.
history, except American history, you have Randy Weaver and Ruby Ridge, you have Waco, you have Timothy McVeigh, and it
They
used
were
to
not.
be
They weren't
that
leftist.
a small subset
Those aren't
of
riots,
veterans.
though. Those aren't
Look, what are
riots,
you
Doc.
talking
That's
about?
one
Those are
person doing
This is
individuals.
where this came from. This is all where this came from. That's all I'm saying is people saw the people that
well, hold up, Doc. I want you to. You still
Yeah,
have to
yeah, stare at
acknowledge
it.
that that's not a riot, though. That is one person going out and mass murdering people and doing terrible things. That's one psychopath. That doesn't represent like a group who's like
Yeah.
rioting because their rights
Ruby
are
Ridge
being
was literally
stripped
the
or.
government killing somebody's family.
Okay, Sarah, was Charlottesville a coming of age tale? Come on. We
Charlottesville
have
were
to be honest
leftist,
about
not MAGA.
I thought that was
leftists.
Antifa.
Are you
I thought it was Antifa.
Yeah,
What
Antifa,
are
the
you
same deal. They're
talking about?
leftist.
This is, oh my God, this is like Little Caesar's hour or something. I don't even know.
I want
This
you
is
to think. I mean,
insane.
Doc,
That's completely
I understand what you're saying, and Rob
I
was
don't want any of what he's been smoking.
I see where he's going. He thinks that if he believes in what the cause is, then the cause is justified for what it becomes, right? Whether it's a riot or a peaceful protest or any of that. But if it's a belief that he does not stand behind, then it is wrong.
No, stop psychoanalyzing me, please, Sarah.
That's
for the
what you're
love of God.
saying. Okay, you're
I'm not telling
saying
you to
you have
psychoanalyze
already
me.
said
Come on.
Duck, that anything MAGA is bad.
I'm not saying that. I'm not
You did
saying
say
that.
that.
You did say that.
No.
You
I'm
said
saying something
anything
else. Anyway,
MAGA is drawn from
I
hate and therefore it is wrong and should not be done. And that's why you would
Aphrodite, how
punch
much
at
drugs
that.
does this guy do? Sarah, how many drugs do you think I do?
Duck, stay
What?
focused.
Okay, I gotta go, guys. Grid, thanks for having me on. I'd love to hear more of your conspiracy theories at some other point in time, but
I don't have any
yeah.
conspiracy theories.
Doc, it's literally, you just said anyone MAGA is drawing their conclusions from hate because they hate people. And therefore, that's why people vote right and MAGA and all of those things, because it's based off of hate. And you're saying that the
What
logical
else could it be?
deduction is
What else
not,
could it be?
hold on, Doc. The logical deduction does not come from the right. And the only reason why the left is allowed to protest and do all of these things is because it's justified for some high moral grounding. And what Rob just came here and showed you, was that, like, BLM was a movement that was actually based off of hate that was propagated by the higher powers, right? Like by all of the bigger companies, and they were inciting these things in order to push their own narrative. That is terrible.
There's a
Right?
correct way to say it. There's a correct way to say that, Sarah, and I don't think you're saying that the correct way because it's also factually inaccurate. So actually, there's no correct way to say anything about that. That's it. I gotta go. Love you guys. I'll talk to you
you're
later.
just very confused.
See you later, Duck. Have a good night. Try and get some sleep.
Man,
Wow.
I don't even know what to say. I mean, Rob was very clear,
Concise.
like very concise, and articulated it very well. I actually felt like I couldn't articulate what Rob was saying because it was just very well done. But I mean, Rob's not wrong. Like, I mean, even the riots here, like the Baltimore riots for the Freddie Gray
Mhm.
stuff. Oh my God. Like
That
sending
was
my husband to
crazy. They like
work.
flipped cars over and
Oh
burned
my
them.
God. My husband was like gone for like 2 weeks practically because of all of that. And that was like, I'm sitting at home watching it on the news and like my husband's down there somewhere. I hope he's gonna like come home. And it's like you're saying that, oh, they're justified. And it's like, well, what like am I justified? And you know what I mean? And if something happened to my husband, is that justified? Because they were, these people were mad because somebody died because he fucking ate his bag of drugs in the back of the van. Like, you know what I mean? Like the justification and oh well, it's based off hate. It's like, well, the uh, it's hard for me to listen to that.
Yeah,
Like,
I mean, what's interesting is that it just the amount of Gish Gallop alone was shocking. Just shocking.
well, he maneuvers in ways where he tries to sound philosophical.
Mhm.
But because he goes so far around to sound philosophical, he loses the like the meat of his argument.
Yeah.
So, yeah. Anyways, well, good
Yeah.
content for you.
Yeah,
Are you?
yeah. I got to get. I have to get with Rob's got an editor, Black Elk. I need to get with that guy and start getting clips done. And I really have to start having somebody go through the videos and edit the titles and things so that they hit the algorithm a little better because
Yeah.
I'm not very good at that stuff. So
Well, definitely pull this exchange. I would do that
yeah,
first thing tomorrow. Pull that little exchange and there's like
yeah,
what a good 15 minutes of it. That's a good one.
yeah. Um, I can't. I mean, the 100 years of peaceful protest thing. Just I was
Yeah,
like, wait,
that's
what?
out the window. That's like so far out the window.
I was like, wait a minute, no way. I mean, like
hmm
all of the non-peaceful protests, and they're all leftist. Like, I can't
hmm
think of a single right wing. Well, first of all, we don't protest; we vote.
hmm
But I can't think of a single
Well, you know
one.
why?
Okay.
Because most of the righties are all at work. That's why they
That's
don't
true.
go
I've
and
read.
riot.
Yeah, that's a great joke. I love that.
hmm
Um, $5 is coming in from Mr. Boulay, and he says the result of drinking too much Kool-Aid with all thought artificial dyes. I mean, all. I think he means all of the. I mean, it was so shocking. Just the Rodney King thing wasn't a.
Yeah.
There was. I mean, there
There's
were protests during the trial for sure, right?
well, and then with this what is it? Kamar? Is his name Kamara? The two high schoolers, one stabbed the
Oh,
other.
Or Camelo.
Camelo.
Yeah,
That I'm just waiting for that. Right? Like once that once the court it's the court hearings that are going to incite, it's going to go one way or the other, and you already
yeah,
know like the riots are going to stem right out of that. I mean, we already saw what happened with the donations and with all of the harassment across the cyber worlds of things.
yeah.
I'll put $10 on it right now to you, Grid. I'm just wait for the riots, they'll happen.
So what's interesting there, Sarah, is I was asked to go on Tim Pool and argue a Second Amendment standpoint of self-defense for Carmelo, and I'm like, I can't do it. I don't think there was any
Mm.
self-defense there. Like
Mm-mm.
you can't. And Corinth and some others were making arguments about how it was stand your ground laws apply, but the other guy had just much a claim to stand his ground,
Mhm.
maybe more. And I think the reason that they haven't released a videotape is it was printed and then it was retracted, but there was a couple of brief articles about how the reason that they were so aggressive with Anthony was that it looked like he was going through the other team's stuff while they were away.
Oh.
And they come back and there's this guy there, and it looks to them like he went through his stuff, he's going through somebody's stuff, and they say, "Hey, get out of here." And of course he didn't want to get out of there, and blah blah blah. We all know what happened.
Mhm.
And
Yeah, so even the stand your ground would apply more to
yeah,
the kid who passed than
absolutely.
anything.
Yeah, and it's just
And even at that, you still have to match threat for threat, right? Like you
yeah.
can still go higher, right? Mildly, but you can't go from like, oh, he smacked me across the face to like I killed
Well,
him.
there's a lot to do here with
You
and see, Texas is interesting because Texas, there's no duty to retreat.
Right.
Texas, there's no not only is there no duty to retreat, it is stand your ground. It is, I mean, there's a lot there. There's a lot to unpack.
But it has to be a reasonable threat.
Yeah, and there's but really there isn't, right? Like, I mean, there kind of is. So if you're like you're 5'2", female, if a guy even looks like he's going to swing at you, and you pulled out a gun and shot him, that you could make a reasonable claim, right? Like
Right.
this is a real thing. But when you've got two dudes that are basically the same physical fitness,
Mhm.
or same fitness level, and are same kind of
Young
deal,
and athletic, yeah.
um, and one pulls out a knife, and the way he said, push me and see what happens, or touch me and see what happens, or whatever it is. I mean, that's
But
not
they
a warning.
also roll with the cause and effect, right? Like, did you cause that
Mhm.
situation yourself? So yeah, if he's just the same as like the castle doctrine law, right? Like
Mhm.
that would even be applicable in this instance because if that is their tent, right, and their stuff
Yeah.
is there, that is their belongings. So they would actually be protected under that more than like
Yeah, for
he
sure.
is invading their space, like that is devoted as their space during
Right.
that heat. So um like he invoked his own problem, right? So the cause and effect,
Well,
it
I
falls
think
back to
provoke.
him.
Yeah,
Yeah.
he provoked
Hmm.
them, right? Like, it wasn't like like they walked into his area. He was in
Right.
their area.
Right. So
Even
the
though
reasonable
technically it was
threat would lie
assigned.
on him. Yeah, it's up to him to remove himself from that situation at that point
Yeah.
because of the provocation. But yeah, I don't foresee this looking very pretty. Um
No, no, and
Only
especially not
because
with
of how
all of the
it's
stuff that's come out, right?
all of the media on it and everything, and it's I just and that's in Texas, right? And Texas has a pretty good hold on a lot of stuff. So I'd anticipate they're going to be on a really good lockdown. And because he's a juvenile, I don't think he's not getting charged as an adult, is he?
He is.
Oh,
That's
he
already been
is.
determined. He's
Oh,
being
okay.
charged as an
Well,
adult.
then
Yeah.
it is,
The
public.
reason for that is I think they're going for murder one,
Oh, wow.
because
And the
it's
prosecutor wouldn't
premeditated that he
be
brought the knife to an event where he
right.
shouldn't have brought a knife, right?
Right.
So
Yeah. So this is going to be I just if the prosecutor's going for that, they have to have really good reasoning to do that.
yeah,
Um,
it's
you
either
know.
murder one, or murder second, which is not premeditated, or murder one. I don't know,
Mhm.
but I'll look into it again. Tiggy Tack reminds us that right-wing protests have hot dogs and beer. Yes,
Yeah, yeah.
I believe that. I believe that that's how that would, if you had a protest, that's what it would look like.
Yeah.
Mhm.
Bunch of dad
Yeah.
jokes and tailgating.
And
Yeah,
U.S.
and it's on a
flags.
weekend.
Yep. Welcome, only a Mr. Bill. It's the first time you've been on the show. How
Hi,
are you?
Mr. Bill. How
Hey,
are you?
they can call me Mr. Bill. Exactly. Yes. Sorry for ducking out last night or whatever. But
That's
anyway, you
okay.
guys were talking about protests. I don't think they're going to be as bad as they were back in the day, because I live near Portland. I used to live stream all this stuff that was going on in Portland, not late at night, but there's just not enough incentive, I think, for them to be that crazy, but possibly just the people that were protesting back then, they went from 16 years old, and now they're starting to get a job. At that point, they're growing up a little bit. They'll go to college, but they're not going to come back and start to be as crazy as they were. And it's possible, though. We'll see.
I just feel like that there's no way that Duck can believe the things he says.
I know.
Well, if you're delusional, you can.
Right. Well, yeah, I mean, yeah, but I mean,
they had a reason for breaking those windows. To
half the time, I think he just says something. He just says something random, like 100 years of peaceful protest, and now he's got to back it up.
Mayor came out when they were like burning shit down and destroying cars and people were getting injured and the mayor came out and she's like, let them protest, like let them have their space, let them do it, basically saying, yep, I put my seal of approval on this, let them burn it down. And it was like embarrassing because the cops, like, practically all they could do is kind of hold a line, but they couldn't like interject unless somebody was going to get hurt. And this is how more people got hurt. And it's like how is that not hate?
Yeah.
I mean,
go ahead. The Portland mayor had a similar situation back in the day where they attacked him or whatever when he came out there to kind of understand both sides, and they still attacked him, even though he's only said Antifa once.
Yeah. And Grid, I don't have to keep going on the conversation. I know you were supposed to shut down like an hour and a half ago.
That's
so
okay.
It's totally
it's
up to you when you want to go.
I've got to pass. I don't really have anything. I'm just going to do my debate prep tomorrow morning, which because I'm going to wreck Econoboy as he deserves it.
You don't believe in communism? Come on now.
He doesn't either, which is why I'm going to hang him, or I'm going to hang him on, the fact that he doesn't believe in. Obviously, he doesn't believe in communism either. He hasn't moved to Russia just yet. So, obviously that's how it works. EOD, I'm only got. I mean, I'll stay a few more minutes if you want to come up and jabber but I'm not. I'm not going to be up here another 3 hours or anything. I'm just going to be honest with you. I'm kind of whining. I'm going actually really strong for now, but I do have to get I have to get up in the morning at like 5 o'clock. So,
Ooh, well, let's shut it down, Gray. Let's get you to sleep.
I do it every night though. It's not like I only get like if I get 5 to 6 hours, that's like a luxury night. Usually it's somewhere between 4 and 5. So, but Sarah, it's been great having you on the show tonight. I got to be honest with you. I don't normally. Every time you come on, you're a great guest, and it's a lot of fun. So that's good. Even if you had, and Duck, Duck is Duck. I mean, I just couldn't believe he said that. Like he's been so even recently, and then all of a sudden it's just like the witching hour hit, and he just like lost his damn mind.
It sounded like he was just looking for a fight or whatever for a little while. He was starting to sound logical, and then like Black Lives Matter is the right thing, but MAGA people do the wrong thing.
There's this thing that people like Rob, and I get it to some degree too, where if I go up on a panel, there's some jackass in the chat that just has to come up and try and like not embarrass me, but try they want to go toe to toe, right? And I'm like, look, man, I just come over here to chill, just whatever. And I was actually really looking forward just to having a good chat with Rob, which it was probably better that he
I know, poor Rob.
And I was like, and Rob's like, yeah, I'm fucking done for the night. But all of a sudden, here comes Duck. Duck's got to get a piece, and it's the same thing when Andrew comes on. It's like,
yeah, Andrew can never just come and chill.
Yeah, well, he used to be able to here because I didn't really allow a lot of debates, and I still don't during the normal show, generally. But
how bad would this have triggered him?
Oh, I don't know. I've got the one from from Ted Nugent, reelect that motherfucker.
Oh boy.
That's the one I got.
I think Duck overthinks again. I think he tries to pull a philosophical thought process, but he goes so far off the curve that like he's there's
I think
just
he starts with the answer that he wants and then tries to justify it.
yeah. I don't know. He has a hard time reading the room too, and that's I think
Duck's still
that's
here. Duck, you didn't have to leave. What about that coming of age tale line? I don't know
what's
what
the coming of age tale line.
I'm not really sure.
But yeah, I mean, I think he just loses his grounding and then it just goes off to left field all the way and then it's the ball's lost completely.
Yeah.
And
I got a-
unfortunately that just happens.
Tough to be. Oh wow, wow. Really, Duck? We
What?
a leftist won the other night. What are you talking about? I mean, he was like used to be an actual communist too. Like he's just a social liberal now, but he used to. The guy who won the other night used to be an actual like a Maoist. He was a Maoist. That's like real communist.
Oh, that's Duck. Is that Patriot government?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, he's
Wow.
Going that way. I mean, maybe
I don't have one of those clan hood things. Although when I was a young man, about 8 or 9, there was actually a Klan march in my town.
See, that's what I think's happening is he's blending bad actors into a whole group, right?
Mhm.
Like even those like the Waco thing and all that stuff he's bringing up, like these are like singular people, like individuals.
Waco was Bill Clinton's Janet Reno powered the Justice Department exceeding their authority. I mean, that's the government being the bad guy, not. I mean, obviously, the Branch Davidians were a bunch of nut jobs, and probably, could have used some counseling or maybe some Jesus in their life, but. I'm not going to say that I'm not saying the Branch Davidians were 100% in the right, but our government overstepped its bounds massively. And again, that was Bill Clinton, Justice Department, and Janet Reno was head of it.
Right.
Ruby Ridge was the same thing that the ATF entrapped that poor man by getting him to cut the barrel off a shotgun, literally almost bullied him into it. And then tried to arrest him, and they did arrest him, and then, went out and shot up his family, killed his wife right in front of his kids. I mean, how is that right-wing extremist? What?
Right. But these aren't like crazy riot protesting things.
No,
either.
they're the government killing people
Right.
on the
And
right.
then that other guy, he said like literally went on a shooting spree on his own, right? Like that's one individual person. These are not.
Dude, Randy Weaver was not insane. He was not insane. You're crazy. I don't know what Kool-Aid you drank, but that shit was bad.
If you could bring up
Even at
anybody,
that, let's just agree with him and say he was insane, was mentally ill, had PTSD, abuse, and all those things, right? Like then that's not a normal person, right? And that doesn't represent the mass of anything.
Yeah, that's right. Randy Weaver is still around, and the daughter. They're both still living. That's true. Jack. Yeah, but he didn't do anything. He really didn't do anything. Randy Weaver was literally coerced into. Did he die in 2022? I thought he was still here. Anyway, whatever. He was coerced into making a short barrel shotgun for somebody.
I mean, if he's going to bring up anybody, he could bring up Oklahoma City back in the day. Try to.
That was the leftist. That was Timothy McVeigh. He envied the Unabomber.
Oh, I forgot about that part. Yeah.
he like styled his whole thing after the Unabomber, and the Unabomber was an eco-terrorist on the left. what? You can't.
I mean, what,
Like,
what you would say?
Even
You didn't
if
like
you
government.
presumed, even if you said, yeah, sure, let's just concede and say they were right wingers and like MAGA oriented type folks, like that is one person. That's not a protest or riot of any sort. That doesn't represent the mass group. It's like that's one crazy person. Doesn't make any sense. It doesn't apply to what his standard is. Like the very standard that he gave in the beginning of his whole speech, it doesn't apply to that based on what his definition is of it.
Yeah, take the Proud Boys in Oregon and everything. People think they're the craziest far right wildest people. The wildest thing I ever saw them do, besides
this
get
is
into
the dumbest bullshit ever. Come on, Duck. You got to get your you cannot be scared to say that you can't snipe from this kind of shit from the trash. I mean, the chat. This kind of trash from the chat. Yeah, that's it. What does it mean though when U.S. Marshals are outside your house? It means you messed up. First of all, they weren't U.S. Marshals. They were ATF and FBI, actually. And the guy who and actually the guy who shot the wife of Randy Weaver works for Troy Industries. I know him. He's still a dick. He was a dick then, he's a dick now.
And you know what's so funny is Duck made this whole claim about how people, if they're not educated on a certain situation or something, that they shouldn't have an opinion on it. And it doesn't sound like he's very educated on the subject matter that he's providing his opinion on to begin with.
exactly.
His logic is literally being used against him right now.
I swear Mr. Fantastic couldn't make this stretch. He couldn't. I mean, this is the stretchiest stretch of all. Stretch Armstrong is jealous now. What is Duck, my man? Dude, seriously?
Is he just trolling at this point?
I think he's trolling. He's got to be trolling. Nobody's this dumb. Maybe Pisco. Pisco would do this. But he, he would have he would be able to cite shit.
Yeah. He'll pretend to be smart, even though dumb opinions.
All right. I got to go. You guys got to go. Okay, get the fuck out.
Get off my lawn.
Right, get off my lawn. I do I need to replay the public service? The public service announcement is perfect to remind
Shut the
people.
fuck up.
Yeah, exactly. And everybody thinks that I got you to do that, but that is not you. That's
That's definitely not me. I've seen that meme before too.
Yeah. Oh, it's some girl on TikTok that does all of these vintage look things, and most of them are hilarious. She's a raving lunatic liberal, though. By the way, serious Trump hater. So, but hey, the art's good. All right, ladies and gentlemen, I am sending you over to the Powdered Dusty. He's gonna annoy you. Don't get any on you, and keep both hands inside the vehicle at all times. As always, be cool. Wear glasses if you need them, and stumble your way off my fucking lawn and get the hell out of here.